Okay, so yes, so we have started the recording. Welcome everyone once again to the workshop. Thanks for enrolling in the course. Uh, I'll explain briefly, first of all, like what we are going to do in this particular session, right? And what all shall you expect? So everything will be done. Just give me a second. Also, just there are few do's before I start the anything, that please keep a laptop with yourself. Don't just watch this workshop thinking like this is a kind of a movie or something, that okay, you will see something and you'll remember. uh, Trust me, Git is a very easy thing to learn. It's not super complicated like SQL, Python, or AI machine learning. It's very easy to learn. And just keep laptop with you, practice with me as I'm teaching, try to do things, and make sure you are like you complete and finish this topic in these sessions only. Like you don't have to go back, sit and watch the recording, because no one has that much time. That okay, for a topic like Git, you don't want to spend like 20-25 hours. It's a good topic, it's a very important topic when it comes to actually working in the corporate environment. Those who are working, they will be knowing this, right? But it is not that important that okay, you spend like 20-25 hours behind this topic. The topics are very simple. There are some commands, there are some key concepts that you should be knowing, right? And once you are done with that, you're good for lifetime. Like even if you don't remember the commands, you can like Google them. They're pretty easy. But main thing is why this particular workshop is important, because we are going to learn Git conceptually. Like everyone knows what is a GitHub maybe, right? But conceptually how things work, that's what we are going to do in this particular workshop. Okay, so please make sure you have all that, right? So okay, so before I do any topic as well, I just want to ensure you guys have downloaded VS Code. Three things I had mentioned. First of all, you had to download Git. So if you go to the Google, simply write down Git, right? And you will see this particular website, git.scm.com. Okay, so now I am on a Mac, you can be on Windows. So the interface for you guys, for everyone, can be different, but the concept remains same. Simply go to Git on Google, open this website, and if you see there, you will see the option to download, right? And just click on it. And I had already shared the link with you guys, but just ensuring if someone has not, just click on this and Git will get downloaded to your system, right? And to just check if Git is there on your system, simply do one thing. Those who are on Mac, they can open terminal. Those who are on Windows, you can open PowerShell. Okay, and simply so let me zoom in a little bit here. Is this much zoom fine for you guys to see? Okay, so simply write down Git version. So you will see, if you see something, any version, right, it means you are good with it. uh, Otherwise, please download this one, right? It's like you can download while I'm teaching. Just put it on download and you will automatically see. So this is the first installation that you need to do, Git. After that, you need to download VS Code. So VS Code, like a lot of you already will be knowing, but still, simply go to Google, click on VS Code, and you can download from this website, right? Code.visual. Like simply Google it and you'll get, this is the, like for Mac OS, you can download through this. For Windows people, you'll get different link. And it will look something like this. So this is my VS Code. It will look something like this. Okay, we'll be working heavily on code in this particular course. So download VS Code. And once you're done with VS Code, please also download Git Kraken. So it is a tool to visualize your repositories. So its name is Git Kraken. And if you see, this is it, Git Kraken. So simply click on it. You will see the option download desktop for free, right? Different system. Again, you can, it's a free setup. You don't need to pay anything for any of the software, and simply download them on your system. So Git Kraken will look something like this. I downloaded it recently on my system. So it looks like something like this, right? So these are the three installations that you need. Please make sure you guys have it. We won't be spending time on it. These are pretty simple installations. Just go to the websites, download them while I'm teaching, because I'll be covering them as we move in the session. We will be like using them very heavily. Okay, so anyone, any doubt in this part? As I mentioned, for Windows people use PowerShell, and for a Mac people simply use terminal.
Need to install like this all this no, after downloading from there.
Sorry.
We need to install it manually, right? After
Yeah, you
downloading
just
from.
download and install it basically. Yes.
Satvik, I successfully downloaded the terminal VS Code,
Yes.
or but GitKraken I downloaded. It's asking to sign up, or I have to do.
Yeah,
Let's open a
you'll have to
repository.
sign up for GitKraken, so you can sign up using any of your email ID or GitHub maybe.
Okay, can I know the difference of downloading GitKraken and GitHub?
That I will
Why
cover.
both? Oh, okay, okay,
I will cover in the course.
okay. I'm just signing up. Thank you.
Bro, hello.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, bro, what is the purpose of Git Kraken?
I told I will tell you. I just please right now
Oh,
just download it. Just download
okay,
it.
okay.
Right now, please
Thank you,
have these
bro.
installations ready so that when I'm teaching, you don't have to go and download them once again. Just have these things ready.
Satvik, when I'm signing up into GitKraken, right? It's asking the four options: GitHub, GitLab,
You
Bitbucket,
can do
Azure.
anything.
Any?
I
Okay,
have registered through my GitHub. You can do through anything. It's up
okay,
to you.
okay,
It's up to you.
okay, okay.
Okay. So that's it, right? Let me just okay. Okay, yeah. So just make sure you have these. So first of all, let's walk through what we are going to cover in this particular workshop. How these four, like we have two today session and tomorrow session. Technically, we have four sessions, right? So how we are going to learn things and what all, what is the flow of this before I actually start teaching anything, right? So I have divided the whole session into four, like whole workshop into four sessions, right? So like two sessions are for today and two sessions will be tomorrow, right? And there will be 30 minutes break in between each session. Okay, so in today's first session, right, today's session we are going to learn what is git, what is GitHub, right? And I know, for just to tell you before, Git and GitHub are two different things. So those who didn't know, Git is not equal to GitHub. Okay, I'll tell you about these in detail. Okay, and then we will do a basic so basically, what is Git, what is GitHub, why is it required, why are we doing this course, right? I mean, we should know that, right? So those things I'll be covering, and then we will do a basic terminal course workshop. Basically, I'll tell you a few terminal commands and you have to do them like right now only. Okay, so because we'll be needing few terminal commands, and these commands you need to remember, because if you're a developer, or if you're someone who the data engineer, data scientist, or even if you're working in software, you need to know this thing, right? In the second session we will switch into deeply into Git, right, covering all the parts of Git which are there. Like there is Git committing, adding, then there are merging, branching, like a lot of concepts are there. We will cover all those concepts, and at the end I will give you an assignment. Okay, so not one assignment, there are two assignments which I have already prepared for you guys. If I have to show you, so these are the two. So this is the first exercise that you have to do, right? And after this there is another one, the branch exercise, right? So there are two exercises which you have to do. So these will be your homework before tomorrow's class. So you have to after today's class is over, you need to complete these two assignments before coming to next class. Tomorrow we are so once this part is done, in tomorrow's session what we are going to do, so in tomorrow we will be like some advanced concept of Git, for example merge conflicts, and there are a few more remaining advanced concept of Git, plus we will start the GitHub basics in the third session. Okay, and once and the fourth session we are going to cover GitHub in more detail. GitHub, like in whatever main things are required. Okay, now just to tell you that Git and GitHub, they have lot of applications, right? This particular course is only the mandatory thing which everyone should know, right? So like there is also a topic called GitHub Actions, which a lot of people would have heard. uh, they are specially required for people who are into MLOps, who are into DevOps field, right? So that I'm not covering in this particular course, that will be covered in some other course. Whatever I'm going to teach you in these sessions, they are mandatory. Don't think like, okay, I'm teaching something which is not there in the industry. It is something when, because what happens, we spend a lot of time learning SQL, we spend a lot of time learning Python, AIML, everything. But the moment we go into company, the environment is little different. They will ask you to push your code here, and you will get confused. What are they even talking about? They will use some terminal commands, right? So things are easy, but if you don't know them, you get stuck initially, right? So this workshop was created just to keep that in mind. Okay, so this is just an overall, right? And after that, you'll also be given some assignment. Those so after this also you'll be given 2 assignments, right? And those people who submit assignment on a given timeline, they will also be issued certificates for joining this particular workshop. So this is how it is going to be. It is more of a practical workshop. I don't suggest that watch recording and all that. Do everything in the workshop only. Yeah, you might not be able to cover everything. Sometimes you might lag. It's fine, but try to cover at least 60-70% things that I'm teaching. Okay, so this is all about the before I just wanted to give you a brief idea of what we are going to learn about. Okay, all good, everyone? Yes, please.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, okay. I you raised your hand, so I thought okay. Uh, okay, just give me a. I've already sent link to people. I don't know why. Okay. Anyways, let's. Everyone has got email, right? I don't know why. Uh, okay. Let me start with the presentation. Okay. So let's start with the discussion. As I mentioned to you guys earlier as well, Git and GitHub, they are 2 different things, right? You know what is just a second. Yeah. So as I mentioned, Git and GitHub are 2 different things, right? GitHub, you all would have seen, you share your codes. So just can you put in comment that what do you understand by GitHub right now, or Git, or whatever you know about Git and GitHub, what do you think it is used for? Can you put in comment, or if someone wants to unmute and speak as well, that is fine. Otherwise, please put in comment box that what do you understand as of about Git and GitHub as of now. Just want to have a okay for version control. Okay. What about others?
It's a code repository tool and version control.
Yeah. Okay. For distributed code management. Okay. So people are talking about something called version. Like, see, a lot of it's fine. Like those who know version control, it could be. Generally, people refer to GitHub as something a place where they can store their code and they can share with people. Right? People use GitHub for their like just to showcase like what projects they have worked upon, and they actually put things there. It is a virtual control system, right? I will come to that. What do you mean actually mean by virtual control system? So that yeah. Okay. So first of all, so again, welcome to the session. So this is we are going to start, right? So first of all, before I even start, right? Have you any like you guys ever worked on, like you guys must be working on file systems, right? Have you guys seen stored things like these that when you're working on a file, you store a version, let's say project underscore v1. You worked something on a project, and then you stored it v1. Tomorrow you came, you made some changes, you made saved it again, and they then named it v2, then v2 final, then final, then full. Like, have you guys ever seen something like this? Have you done like this, that when you are working on your systems or your colleagues, people store files like this, right? So can someone tell me what is the drawback of doing using this particular process of creating different file names? What is the drawback of this? I understand names are confusing. That makes sense. Yeah, that okay. Their names are confusing. But what else could be the drawback of doing such a process where for every time you change something, you create a new version of the file?
It's consume more storage space.
Stick
Again,
space.
we copying
Okay.
the same file
Space.
again and again.
Let's say space. Okay. What else? People are saying.
It's
Yeah,
yeah.
please.
Yeah, it's confusing if we are working in a team environment. For everyone to understand, it would be pretty confusing
Okay.
because everyone will use their own uh,
Yes.
names and all. Yeah.
Okay. Miss the data, right? That's right. Miss the data, confusion, which to come. Let's not talk about commit and all that right now. Okay. Yeah. So the major thing is that suppose what happens that you are working, because while you're working for companies, you're not working only on your, like, on your own. You're working in a team. Suppose what happens that you're working on a project. Let's take a scenario. You're working on a project. Okay. Now three people have been assigned the task. Okay. So let's say the person one, person two, and let's say the person three. Now each is working on different things, right? So for example, he stores three versions. Let's say stores version 1, version 2, version through 3 of his own. He also stores version 1, version 2, version 3, right? And he also stores version 1, version 2, version 3, something like that. So there are 6 versions of the file, everyone working on different things, right? Now the problem is, suppose this person wants to see what is there in this v2. What will he have to do? He will have to, like, email this person, okay, can you send me the file v2? I just want to have a look, right? And for example, he would want to compare, okay, what is the difference between my v2 and his v2, right? So this becomes little bit tedious, because first of all, things are not at a single place. Every time you want to see something, you have to reach out to people. Those things happen. Second, things are not named properly. Third, if you want to compare changes, it's not like a very sophisticated way to do that. And if you want to move between different version of your things, okay, what I was doing 3 months below, like back, right? Suppose you today are working on a project, but you want to go back in history, that okay, in September 2024, what were we thinking even, right? Now if you are not tracking those particular things in a proper manner, it gets very difficult, right? That for example, like how to go back to things. Now think like this: when you're working on personal projects, it's fine, but when you're working for companies, right, you want everything documented. In companies, you have seen, more than anything, documentation is the most important part, that you want to track whatever you have done. And there comes the importance of this particular git or version control system, which we will be talking about. So this is not the ideal way that how things work inside company. Inside the company, you will be asked to put your codes on GitHub repos, or share code here and there, right? And that is something we are going to learn in this particular course. Okay, so I'll come to this setting up later on. So let's first of all understand what is Git actually. I have been speaking about Git, right? So Git is, to tell you, the world's most popular version control system. Okay, so version control system. Now the question that comes to your mind automatically, that what the hell is version control system, right? That what do you even mean? What is there a proper definition to that, right? So if I have to go with a proper definition, version control is a system that tracks changes to your files over the time, allowing multiple people to collaborate, revert to previous versions, and maintain a history of modifications. So in simple language, it is this only, that what suppose you started working from a timeline. Let's say you started working a time at this particular timeline, right? Over the time, you will do different things in your project, right? Like this. What Git or any version control system helps you is in going back to this. Suppose you're working on this, but if you want to go back to history, something like this, you can easily go back, which is not possible in regular, like when you're working on simply saving folders like that way, right? So that is not possible there. So we'll study about this, how to basically go ahead, come back, all that in more detail. So just to tell you that Git is not the only version control in the market, right? I mean, Git is the most famous in, like, 90% or 95% of scenarios. People use Git only, but there are other version control system as well. For example, if I have to just show you, let's go little bit. So like there is a version control system called as Mercurial. You would have, I'm not sure if you have heard Mercurial. This is also version controls system, right? Now similarly, there are some others as well. There is a Fossil as well, and like even I forgot few one. But These things, in market, more than 95% of the companies use Git only, right? So that's why Git becomes so much important to learn. You don't need to learn every version control system. You only need to learn Git, and that you will be good with it. Okay, so this is just a brief idea that what exactly is version control system. We will see with some example that what does it look like. Okay, so let's do one thing. Let's look at an example that what does even version control system look like. So suppose, okay, yeah, these are tools exactly like Git, right? Of course, they're how you write commands there are different. Their architecture might be different, but they exactly do things like Git only. They are also just like there is SQL, Python. There are so many programming language, right? But we mainly use Python or Java only, right? Because they are like everyone is doing that only, and we are more comfortable with that. That's why we use Git. Right? So it is just like that. Now, please follow this particular part very intuitively. That suppose you are going to work on a project, you're going to build a website, for example. Okay, so what you right now you have a, if you see, this is a website right now, this is totally blank. Okay, I decided to start this particular project. I have to build my website. So what will I do? I'll basically take a snapshot initially that I am starting from this particular point. Right now I have nothing here. Everything is blank, so 0. I'm starting from 0 right now. What I do after this, I go and I add a heading to my website. Okay, let's say I add a heading, welcome to Data Sense, and it is the heading of my website. Okay, I made some changes. So basically I was here, I added a few things, and I basically added something. Now, before making any other change, what will I do? I will save the file that you guys generally do and take a snapshot that, okay, the first change that I did to my website was I simply added a heading. Okay, I will take a snapshot. So I initialize from here, I added a snapshot. After that, I do another change. Let's say I added a search bar. This is like this. So this search bar was not there earlier. I added search bar. So once I added a search bar, what will I do? I will add another snapshot. This is called a checkpoint. Okay, I'll add another. So now I have 3 checkpoints in my project so far. That I initialized the project at first, then I added a heading, then I added a search bar. Now what I want to do, suppose I added a line. So I will add another checkpoint that, okay, I added a line. Then I added few tables, like few other things in the website. I added a body for my website. Okay, and then I added some color. So if you see over the time, let's say I started from 0 and I have added few different things, and I've added different checkpoints for each of the things. Now what Git helps me is that suppose I want to go back to a time where I just added what did my project look like when I just added a search bar. So I can simply go back to that particular checkpoint and see that, okay, my project looked like this at that particular time. Okay, so this is like there. Now suppose what happens that you created all this. Okay, you created all this. Now you looked at this website. Okay, this website looks good to me. I will show to my manager. Okay, so you added a theme, and now you're happy, and you are going to show to your manager that, okay, I created a website. Please have a look at it. So you expect that manager will be like happy with you, something like that. But manager gets angry that, okay, this is not a good version that I actually wanted. So what happens that manager says change the search bar. Okay, so manager didn't like the search bar that you created here. So this one, he wants you to change it. Now there are 2 methods to do this. Please follow very seriously here. There are 2 ways to do it. Either you can keep on continuing from this. Okay, now think like this. On this project, multiple people are working. Okay, now there is some modification has come in. So you can either continue working on the same line, but you can also diverge from there. So what will you do? Basically, the better approach is that your manager said that, okay, change the search bar. So what you will do, you will go back to the time when you added a search bar. I will tell you why you won't add here, because when you're working with multiple people, like it's you don't want to work on the same file. Like You don't want that multiple people are working on the same file. That's why you like create different versions. So what will you do? You will go back. Now you'll go back to history when you added the search bar. So you will go here at this particular point of time. Now you will add a search, change the search bar. Like in your code, you'll do something. Okay, now I want to update my code so that the search bar has changed. Okay, and then you will create your different. This is called a branch. Again, I will talk about branch later. But think like this: you added your own version in a different direction. That you added a search bar, then you added a logo. Okay, so basically the entire company is working on this line. Okay, and now you went back and basically made few changes in your history. And once you're done with the changes, what will you do? So this exactly project looks like this. Okay, this is the main line on which company is working. You went back, you changed something, and then what you want to do? You want to, once your changes, everything is approved, you will add it here. So basically what will happen, this is your website, and this is the current website, and this is the changes that you do. You will want to merge these two, at like this version and this version. Basically you want to, because company is working at this particular thing and you have made few changes, so you will basically try to merge them. Now during the merging, what the problem will be that, okay, this is your version, this is the original version. So combining everything, it will see that, okay, we have to change the search bar, rest everything should be like this, and you will get updated version like this, where you have modified the change that manager asked. Okay, and this is how it will look like, that you merged your particular thing. But this is called branch, as I mentioned. I will speak about it, but and you will merge, and this is the updated version. And now company can, so what happens with this one is everyone who is working on the website, they can keep on doing the work. You do not affect their work, right? You simply made few changes and appended, and basically things are done. So this is where a version control system helps you, that you create different checkpoints, different snapshots of your project. Okay, and if you want to visit them, revisit in the history, you can do them. Okay, so this was a basic introduction. Please let me know if you guys have any doubt, if you want to discuss something before I move forward. Yes, please.
So when we are combining this branch with the main thing which the whole company is working on, so are we doing it manually?
No, we are not doing it manually. There are two methods. There are fast forward and there is auto merge. Like there are concepts I will cover in class. I'm moving ahead, but that is called merging of branches. We will study that.
Okay, all right.
Okay. Yeah. But conceptually, right now we have not even started the commands and all that. Just telling you theoretically how things work, so that you have this keep this figure in mind always, that okay, in any project things work like this. Okay, so please tell me if you have any question.
So like when like one developer is like he has added this new modified search bar logo, and so he has one branch, and this is the branch that the whole team is working. So he has to let the others know that he is going to merge this branch like this means.
Yeah, so what happens that again I'll cover in GitHub once what happens when you start working on your separate branch, right? You, once you're done with the changes, you take the approval of your manager, whoever owns this repository or whoever owns this, right? And after the permission only you can push it, because it cannot happen that okay, you automatically you woke up someday, you said okay, मैं आज तो मैं कुछ अलग सा करूंगी, something like that, and I will push in the company's mainline. In that way, the companies like if someone is not happy with the boss, they can screw the whole project, right? So no one can do unless things are approved. So this merging process has to be approved. Unless it is approved, you cannot merge anything. Okay. Okay, so anyone, any doubt before we move ahead? Okay, so let's move that I told you that Git is a version control system, and in version control you manage different things like this. Now point comes that who uses Git, right? So by default we know that okay, developers need, because they will need to share code. But let me tell you Git is not only used by developers, and you'll be surprised to know that Git is, what is Git? Git is a version control. So before me telling you, can you think and tell me this particular type of thing where you're collaborating and you can go back to your history, something like, in which all fields can this be helpful? Can you guys tell me before I tell you? Like where all, in which all industry, which all roles will this particular type of software will be required? Research industry, yes, because when people are researching, they are working on in different
Data.
directions.
Life
Data.
sciences and healthcare.
Okay. Integration system. Okay. Anything else you guys can think of? Okay, so let's see where, who all can use Git. Git is something that so first of all, coders and engineers by default, we know that they can use. Now these coders and engineers could be of pharma, could be of banking, could be of any field, right? That does not matter, because everyone's requirement can be different, but everyone can use it. So one category of people who use these are coders and so engineers, like data engineers, software engineers, machine learning engineers, even data analysts will need some time, right? And so like the different type of engineers and coders, so you can think of that. Second thing is, for example, people who are writers, for example, right? You start writing a story today, and a story is, if you know, story is not written in one day. You write story over like years, months, right? So you will write down your story today and you will push that one version and get, for example, you wrote one version today. Okay, then you add, let's say you defined the main character today you just created the plot, for example. After that you added characters, right? After that you added, let's say, something, for example, some background scenes, something like that, some like, you can keep on adding, right? So writers can also use that, and governments actually use it. Let me show you, like if you see these website, I wanted to show you guys website that so yeah, this is like so this is like where GitHub is used by governments, right? If you see, government agencies at national, state, local level use GitHub to share, collaborate. Okay, for example, whenever governments launch a new product or something, uh, I've seen with Indian government as well a lot of time. So for example, they have this project going on. So let's say Atlas Living Australia. Okay, so they will have a GitHub repo of that. Okay, and like, see, this is a verified version, means this actually belongs to government, right? And then they will have different versions, different things there. We'll go that once we do GitHub. Okay, so just to show that it's not only for developers, this is something which you can basically, any work in which you want to go back to history, you want to see how things were, right? You can use GitHub. Okay, Git or GitHub, whatever it is there. So coming back to our PPT. So actually, as I mentioned, everyone can use depending upon their need, their desire, whatever place they are working. Okay, now coming to this thing, very important thing. Git is not equal to GitHub. Okay, so Git and GitHub, let me show you first of all as well. Like, don't just believe me blindly, but let's do one thing. Let's go to the Git, for example, Wikipedia page. Okay, this is Git's Wikipedia page. Okay, you come here. So Git was built by this person. There's a very good story about him. Like, I will just try to tell you whatever I know, right? And it was created in April 2005. Okay, and if you look at GitHub, GitHub is a separate company. GitHub. Okay, so GitHub was founded in 2008. Okay, and it's headquartered in California. Its founders are different. If you see, they are not the one who created the Git. So Git is a version control system. GitHub is a is a website that hosts your GitHub repository, that hosts your Git repositories basically. Okay, but GitHub is right. So these are the two different things. So Git is a software which helps you track, which it has code, it has things in its backend that helps you track things. GitHub is a platform where you can host these repositories so that you can share. Okay, so these are the two different meanings. Okay, that like a lot of people don't know this, but I just wanted to tell you, keep this in mind. No one is going to ask you, of course, but just to tell you, for example, just like GitHub, there is GitLab as well. Okay, GitLab is also used to share Git repositories. Okay, this is, and there is Bitbucket. If you have guys have used someone, Bitbucket is also used, right? So this is also where you can, it is also used for CI/CD and all that. These things are like GitHub only. Okay, but yeah, GitHub is mostly used because people know it, people are aware of it, right? That's why. But just to tell you, there are two services. One is a software that helps you in tracking your things, and second is a software where you can host things. So that's the difference between Git and GitHub. Okay, so that's why their logos are also different. I think you should be able to make from that. And not only logo, the parent founding companies are also different. So if you see, Git is the version control software that runs locally on your machine. You don't need to register. The important part of Git is that we will see once we start, you don't need to register for an account, that you don't need to like log in or something. Those things are not required in a Git. Git is a software which gets downloaded on, yeah, Gist is used in GitHub. Gist is not related to Git. So Git is a software that is downloaded on your system. Okay, it does not require any ID password. You will see that. Whereas GitHub is a service that hosts Git repositories, okay, in the cloud, and makes it easier to collaborate. So GitHub is a place where people can collaborate, and Git is a software that helps you track those things. You need to sign up for an account. Remember, you cannot use GitHub without creating an account. You all would have seen that. Okay, so that's the major difference. Just wanted to tell you that. Okay, so now suppose this is your project. Suppose we created this particular project on our, right now this project is on our local machine, and you want to, but you want to collaborate. As we saw that in companies you don't work alone. Generally in a company there will be a manager, there'll be developers, there'll be product managers, there will be business analysts, data, like a lot of people will be collaborating, right? So you cannot work in isolation. You'll have to share your updates with everyone. For example, you said that, okay, I worked on these things. People don't believe in your words. You need to show them. So you need to share your codes, right? So what you do is that you take this particular thing in a cloud, which we just saw, which is called GitHub. Okay, and from there multiple people working in the team can download it from there. They can modify them, and then they can again push them, push there, right? So that is how the whole process is done. That you will work on something on your system. Okay, so just a second. Yeah, so you will work on something on your system, and you will push it here. Okay, once after people review. So now once you push, so for example, you created something as P. So P will go here. Now from here, this person can download it, this person can download it, anyone can download it, right? So let's say she downloaded it P from here. Okay, after working on P, she modified P to P1. Okay, and after modifying, she will push it again to GitHub. So now P1 will be there. Now this P1 you can use it again, right? So that's how you do collaboration. There are no prerequisites. It's a totally theoretical concept. Some commands are required, which I will tell you. No prerequisite is there. So that's how things work. That's how collaboration happen. Everyone will work on their local system. Once they're done with the changes, they will push to GitHub. Then other person will review. That's how things work in company as well. Okay. So any question? After this, we will do a basic crash course on terminal commands, right? That is required. So yeah,
Satvik, I have a question.
Yep.
So Satvik, like for GitHub, let's suppose I am working on a client environment, and actually, so in my environment, I am not using GitHub. So basically, it's an open source software. So can we use this GitHub to maintain my project, or
Which
like do we need any special permission or like subscription for the GitHub to work on client environment?
you don't need any special. So see, there are subscriptions for GitHub, but normally just to share code and all that, there are no subscription. You can have them and share with it. So simply you need to have a
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So is that, does that answer your question?
Yeah, but I just wanted to understand, like, suppose if I'm working on my Power BI project and if I'm using GitHub to, version control and CI/CD and all, right? So, can I recommend GitHub to my client as well if I want to
No, for Power BI you
maintain the
cannot
my version
recommend
control
to
and CI/CD?
client. For Power BI, you cannot recommend. The reason is that Git is mainly with text files, right? In Power BI, you have like a lot of changes, lot of things. Okay, it's not only like if you, Git is mainly used where you have text file or codes. Those things you can use in GitHub, Git or GitHub, right? When you're working on Power BI, if you can extract whatever changes you're doing in a text file, then you can use GitHub. Otherwise, for Power BI, I think there is some other version control system. That's what I have seen.
Okay, okay. So basically, for Power BI, it is not recommended. Is that what you're
For
trying to
Power BI,
say?
I don't. Yeah, for Power BI, Git is not recommended because what you will have to do.
Okay.
Let me tell you. Power BI is just like is a GUI tool. Basically, what is I will tell you what is GUI. Basically, it's an interface tool that you go and you drag, click on some changes, click on buttons, right? Those things you do. Now, whatever activity you're doing, it is getting tracked somewhere in the code in backend in Power BI. So if a Power BI developer, I'm not talking about people who create dashboards, person like in the backend, whatever activity you do on Power BI, it is getting tracked in a code. So that code you can track on Git and GitHub. But if you think
Okay.
that okay, I have a Power BI report, I saved it, then I saved again, I'll see different version. No, that will not happen. But that code of Power BI where everything is getting tracked, that can be tracked using Git and GitHub.
Okay, okay. So you mean to say like I can update my M code in GitHub,
Yeah.
and to maintain my M code in Power BI. So
Yes.
basically, I can use GitHub in terms of saving my M code, right?
Yeah. So basically, how you can track is basically again in Power BI also most of the things are Java. If you guys know Java, those UIs which you use, Java, and some of them are on. Just give me a second. Okay, so some of them are on Python. So what happens? Suppose this is your Power BI report that you have created. Okay, now see there are two people. One is a Power BI developer, and one is a Power BI, like you can say engineer, for example, BI engineer, whatever, who knows that okay, whatever. So Power BI is just a UI tool, right? Where you click on things. These things are getting tracked in a code. Remember always. Okay, nothing in this world is not there which doesn't get tracked in a code. So this code you can put on Git. Okay, but you cannot put this report on Git thinking that okay, once I like do version control, I'll be able to see different things. No, this is a UI tool. This is the text-based code. So this thing you can track.
Okay, okay.
Satvik, I have one question.
Yes.
But in Git, we have JSON code. I mean, from
Yes.
Power BI, we can
Yes.
save in JSON code, and then
Yeah.
we can track our
Yeah.
changes. No?
Yeah, this will be JSON code, JSON file, JSON code, or whatever program.
Yeah.
Right? You can store this on GitHub, Git or GitHub, right? Whatever it is.
Yeah. So if we have done any changes in measures or calculated column, then we can track back.
Yes,
those.
yes. For example, Power BI created a new calculated field, right? Whenever you
Mhm.
create a calculated field, there will be a code for that, right? In the backend. Those who have used Tableau, in Tableau, whenever you create a calculated field, you go and write down a code. So that code basically is getting tracked in a base file. So that file you can track and get. Okay, and just the moment things get updated, you can like this code and this Power BI dashboard are linked, right? So the moment your Power BI has the link to updated code, you will see that UI. So that's how it
Yeah,
works.
actually, this is what actually I was just wanted to understand, like how we can use GitHub in terms of Power BI. So basically, we cannot save the visuals, but we can use the code in JSON format, and
Yes.
that will be linked to the Power BI dashboard, right?
exactly, exactly.
Okay,
Just
and
like
whatever changes will be done in the code, then automatically that will be reflected in my visuals, like whatever it is, like
yes,
measures, calculated column, custom column, and whatever it is, right?
yes, right, right. For example, let's say there's a website. Let's say this is a website. Let's say it is based on HTML or something, right? Now you cannot save this particular file, but this is an HTML file. So that HTML file you can save in Git or GitHub, right? Where whatever changes are getting happening on this particular website, that you can track. Okay.
Okay, okay, yeah, Satvik, thanks. Okay.
So Git Bash is basically, Git Bash is a terminal in Windows from where you can interact with Git. So that is, so Bash is a software. I will tell you about that. So you can save your PBXS, PBIP. I've not used PBIP, maybe it does that, but the concept is this, that convert it to a file where you can track it in form of text or codes, right? There you can use Git. So there, even data analysts or product managers, they can also use that thing. So let's, right. So this was an introduction to Git, basically why is it needed. Now we are going to do some terminal commands, because terminal commands are some, we'll be using everything through terminal. I'll explain you what a terminal is as well, right? But because that is something we'll be using extensively in this particular course, and you guys also use it. Okay, so let's move to that. So we are done with this part, right? So now we are going about terminal commands. So now, for example, first let's discuss what is terminal, right? Terminal is something through which you can interact. So basically, whenever you have to interact with your computer or anything, you can have a GUI, like this is called graphical user interface, or you can have a command line interface. Now a graphical, remember I made you download Git Kraken. So Git Kraken is a GUI. Basically, it's a where you can, whatever we will be doing through terminal commands, we can do using this particular thing as well, which is called Git Kraken. So what happens in this is that you can mainly create everything by just clicking on buttons. For example, let's say I created this GitHub repo recently, right? Everything I can do simply by clicking on things, just like happens in Power BI. You guys mentioned, right? Power BI is a GUI tool, basically, where you don't have to code. You just have to move, drag your things, click on buttons, those drag and drop type of thing, right? So that is called a GUI. And second way to interact with your system is terminal commands. So how exactly things work is that it is similar to Git desktop. Yes, yes. So so how exactly it works is that in GUIs, when whatever change, for example, let's say you click on a button, that click whatever you did is basically a command. Okay, suppose I clicked from, let's say I press this. Now I'm clicking from this button to this button. This change, right? Whenever I click on this button, there is a code in the backend. Remember, it's not like some automatic, like we have just created some. I'll cover that, don't worry. Git desktop. So you can move from here to here. Whenever you click, there's a command which runs in the backend, and that command actually runs in CLI. CLI is called as command line interface. Okay, you will hear this very often in things that what is the CLI command for this, open a CLI tool, something like this. So every particular software has its CLI version. So if I have to show you, for example, let's say, let me open the SQL, right? So let's say I go here. This is SQL. Okay, so I don't know why it's not opening, but like in SQL also, like there is one way where you go in the interface and you do the coding, right? So yeah, just open. Let me show you. I don't know why it's not. When it opens, I will show you. So basically, what happens in SQL? Okay, it's there. Let's wait for it. Yeah. So let's say this is my Postgres SQL, right? Okay, I went here. Now what you do generally, you go to this query tool. This is a query tool. This is a GUI tool, basically, where you have things like this. You simply write down your code here. For example, you just write something like select star from A, right? This is one version. This is one way of doing things. Second, same thing you can do using PLC, P-SQL tool, where you write down whole command. There are some commands I don't remember for PostgreSQL, but you can simply, like, let's say, yeah, so they will tell you there are some commands. So instead of writing query here, this is a GUI tool, right? Instead of writing here, you can simply go here and write down codes here as well, through which you will get the results. Okay, so there are two methods for same for Python as well. Any tool like you can think of, as I mentioned. So we will be using this particular thing, CLI. So CLI is a command line interface where you interact with your system using terminal. Okay, so as I mentioned, in graphic you have visual elements, interaction is done by a mouse. Examples are like simple different things. The pro is that it is very user friendly. You don't need to learn any coding, right? And but the problem is that it is slower than CLI because there are architectures, right? You click on something, then that click is processed in a code, then that code is run, then it gives a result. So it's a little bit slow. Second, which is the fastest thing, is CLI. That's why any developer, if you see, most people in development field, they use CLI. So for Mac, there is terminal. For Windows, you will see PowerShell in your those who are from Windows. There'll be a bash as well. This is present in Windows, right? And rest are different things. So as I mentioned, terminal is a program that allows you to interact. So again, now there are two things, terminal and shell. You will be hearing these things very frequently here and there. What is the difference between terminal and shell? So a terminal, so think like this. Shell is a software. Okay, shell is a program that interprets your language. So through terminal, whatever terminal you have, right? Let's say I use a, so let me open terminal on my system. So let's say this is my terminal. Okay, I go here and suppose I write down a command. Let's say I write down clear, I write down something. So what happens? I'm writing down a command, right? This is just a text. So a terminal's objective is just to provide me an interface where it can take my query. Okay, so let's say it is taking this my query LSA. Now what does, so this is all the terminal does. But what does a shell do? Shell is the software in the backend which understands your whatever command you have given, and it executes that. Okay, so yeah. So
No, I'm not getting, sorry.
yeah, what you're not getting?
Terminal and shell kind of means right now I'm feeling there. See, both are taking commands only, correct?
No,
So
no,
then,
no, no, no. You're misinterpreting how things are there. In your computer, let's say this is your computer, okay? Just like I showed for Power BI, or how things happen in Power BI. Let's say you have a tool. I don't know what is happening. Yeah. So just like in Power BI, you have a visual element, right? You have a button, you have a button. You'll click on this, click on this. What happens in the backend? Power BI is connected. There's a code that runs. Do you think just clicking on this button generates thing? No, there's a code in the backend. That code executes on a system on your, let's say, whatever your machine is, and it gives you the result. And that result you see in a visual form. Agreed? This much?
yeah.
Same thing is like with terminal and shell. Terminal is your Power BI. Think like this. Okay. And shell is that software or code in the backend or program that interprets what, suppose I just write down a command LSA. Okay. How like just write down this command in SQL, it will not give you anything. Write down this command in a Python, it will not give you anything. But in terminal, it will give you. So what is happening? This command that you have given, shell will interpret that command. Okay. Run it, whatever software it has in the backend, and it will provide the result. Is it clear now?
Yeah.
Okay, so terminal is just another interface, and in the
So,
backend, whatever is working is called shell.
so Satvik, like shell and PowerShell are both the same thing?
Yeah, they're kind of. So PowerShell is again, PowerShell is a terminal in Windows. Think like this. So PowerShell that you see, okay, it's so like in Mac you call it terminal. Okay, in your Windows you call it PowerShell. These are same, but in the backend it's shell.
Okay,
Is
because
it
we
clear?
also use the same PowerShell in Power BI also.
Yes, yes.
Uh,
So yes, you use PowerShell. So PowerShell is an interface through which you are passing your commands, but in the backend, shell is the program that runs that. So
okay.
you would have heard this shell scripting. A lot of you guys would have heard this, right?
Yeah. Yes.
So what is shell scripting? Basically, shell scripting is either you know how to use terminal, or you know how to use PowerShell, or how you know how to use something else. Okay.
Yeah, so the terminal is basically, I had seen earlier, the TTY command, it's for the terminal. It's the same thing, is it?
Yes, yes, yes. So think like this: terminal is just a place where you just provide commands.
Yeah.
Terminal itself does not know what those command mean. Okay, terminal will take your command, it will pass to shell, the software which is there. Software will execute and it will give to terminal. Or instead of terminal, let's say you have PowerShell. Okay, in Windows, you will enter your command in PowerShell, it will run, go back to shell. Okay, this is the command that user has given me, what should I do? It will execute it and then it will give back to PowerShell. It's a low code, no code. Yes, you can think like this. Shell is a kind of small CLI, basically. I mean, terminal is a kind of small CLI. Shell is the software which you don't see. Okay, is it clear, guys? Or there are still doubts? Let me know. So just to provide a summary once again, this is my computer. Okay, please listen to it once again. If you have, this is my computer. On this, by default, shell like is installed. Shell is a software. Remember, shell is a software. Okay. To interact with this software, okay, I need a place where I can put my code. I need a CLI. I need a, like, you can say GUI, or I need somewhere I can put commands. So that is either terminal, it can be PowerShell, or there are like a lot of other things as well. Okay, so these are simply place here where you provide code. I give a code LSA. It will take the code. It will then take this code to shell. Shell will execute it and it will give back to terminal, and you will see the result. And same with PowerShell. Is it clear now?
Yeah.
So shell scripting is nothing but that we write command. Yes, shell scripting is nothing. You whenever you apply for role, you will see shell commands are required. What are shell commands? I'm going to teach you right now only. They're very basic commands only. Okay, so it's basically in terminal or PowerShell, whatever you think. Again, like there is a thing called git bash as well. You would have heard. Git bash is a terminal in Windows through which you can interact with. It is specific to Git. So again, that is also shell scripting. Okay. Just you should know conceptually what are they. There are this commands are same which you run here, here, or here. But just to tell you, because these terms we see on a daily basis, we are just not sure what does a terminal mean, what does a right. So that's what my objective was, to tell you that how things are there. You have a computer. On a computer there is a software called as shell. There can be other software like shell which could mean something else, and through shell you can interact using terminal or PowerShell or whatever you want to do. So this is the architecture. Clear, guys?
So without shell, what will happen? Does that it will not interact or will not give
Like,
output?
if you do think like this, if you don't have a SQL code present, suppose Postgres is not installed on my system, and I just write down a query, select star from ABC. How will that software know that if this is a SQL query, this is a Python query, or what?
Okay, it's a backend like
Backend.
equated
Just
from
like you have
backend.
SQL, you have Python, right? You write down commands in SQL, Python, Java or whatever, right? So how do eventually they are text only, they are just strings. This software is designed to take SQL query, so it will understand, okay, this particular thing is a SQL query. Similarly, shell is also like this. Think like this. Okay, is this clear to everyone?
Yeah.
Just one thing. So, like in Python, we have Python interpreter. So, something like that we can say.
Yes,
Shell is
yes.
the interpreter of like
Interpreter is the
the
backend,
terminal.
right? Interpreter is the backend part of Python.
Yeah.
Think, that is a software. Think like this only. Like, don't get confused. It's just a software in the backend, right? So you go to Python, you write down commands in a Python file, okay, and you execute them. So suppose you have just written, let's say, you've written any function in Python, let's say def abc, okay, and you've written something, and you return something. Now this is also a string, this is also a string. How any, if you same VS code, when you pass the same string, you will see different results, right? For this you will see a SQL result, for this you will see a Python result. Why? Because these are just the places through which you're taking the text. Those texts are getting passed in the backend to either SQL, Python, or whatever programs are, shell, Java, whatever programs are there, and then they are giving back the result and you are seeing them. So executor, yes, executor, you can say like that. Okay, guys, is it clear? Okay, so this was just a theoretical thing. Now we will do some basic terminal commands, right? After that we will have a break, and then we will start with the meetup. So just let me, right? So just read this once. So terminal is a program that allows you to interact with your computer using text-based commands. Okay, so it is just an interface for inputting your text. It does not process commands itself. It relies on a shell to do so. Okay, it is commonly used by developers. Okay, example, command prompt that you see. Command prompt is a basically, it is also like terminal, right? PowerShell, Windows terminal, like a lot of things are there. In Mac it is terminal. Different things have different things. Okay, and now in shell is a program that interprets the commands you type in terminal and sends instructions to the operating system and generate whatever results are there. So it is responsible for executing the commands and returning results, right? It provides scripting capabilities for automate. Like, you can forget all that, just remember this part. Okay, yes, exactly. So basically, whenever you click somewhere, there is I will show you right now as well, that whenever you click, nothing in this world is magic, right? Everything is coding. That, okay, so whatever you do here, we build UIs for users so that they don't have to code. But everything that you do in a computer, there is a command, there is a code, there is something in the back end of it. Okay, so with this we will study few of the terminal commands, which are, I'll explain you the major ones, which you will be see. There are endless terminal commands. You don't need to remember everything, but there are few which you need to remember, because those are something which you will be using very frequently. Okay, so I'm just going to walk you through few of the commands. Please have your systems right, and try to do those with me parallelly. Okay, so yeah, just give me a second. Okay, so first of all, think like this. So let's do one thing. This is my desktop. Okay, this is my terminal. So let me close my PostgreSQL. I'm teaching terminal because terminal will be required in Git, understanding Git. That's why I'm doing it. So let me close this one. Let me minimize the PPT. Close this. Okay. Okay. So this is my terminal ready here. Now let's think like this. For example, let's say I have to create a folder. Let's say I create a folder. So what do? You will click a right click, new folder. It is created. Let's rename is for example GitHub, or let's say Git class, for example. So what did I do? If you think, I made a click, right? First of all, I created a new folder. I renamed it, right? I went here and suppose I, let's say I open any Word file. For example, I'll open a Word file. I'll write down something in it. Let's say ABC. Went to the file, save as, desktop, git class, and I saved this. Did I do any code to do all this? No, I didn't do, right? I simply, this is a UI which I'm having, try to understand, right? I'm clicking something, I'm clicking something, creating a folder, renaming it, and then going here, creating a file, putting in the content, and then I'm renaming the file, something like that. As I mentioned, this is done through, what I did is a UI, but actually for every click that I did, for every task I did, it is interpreting my activity and a code in running in the backend. Okay, and that code, so my click, the code interprets my whatever activity I do. Okay, and that passes to the shell, whatever software is, it runs it, and I am able to see things here. Okay, so think like all this, instead of doing UI, I can do through my terminal. That is where terminals are required. So terminal, so you can open PowerShell on your system. If you're on Windows, or if you are on Mac, just open terminal. I'll try to zoom in. Okay, so once you open a terminal, right? First of all, think like this computer has lot of places. Okay, so like there's desktop, there is if you see in your computer, there is desktop, yeah, like a lot of things are there. How do you know that, for example, let's say I just clicked from here to here, I am moving inside the folders, right? If you see, so how is all that happening just by my click? Okay, so first of all, let's try to understand this. As I mentioned, for every location on your system, there is there's a path. Okay, and to get that path, there's a command known as pwd, which means present working directory. Okay, so by default, every system is in a particular location. So if you just write down this command, which is called pwd, it stands for present working directory, and put an enter. So it will give me, in my computer, I am at this location, user/data sense. You please also try on your system. You'll get to know what is your by default space where you are in. Okay, so okay,
So where to put this command pwd?
Open your terminal or PowerShell, simply open and just type down this command there, simply here, like this. When you'll open, you'll get something like this. So just type down pwd. You'll see something. Do you guys see that? Okay, now, so right now I know that inside my current directory, inside my computer, I am present at a particular location. Suppose I move to, so what did I do? I created a folder on, my task is I want to create a folder on my desktop and create a file in it. Okay, so how will I, so I'll have to move from this particular location to desktop, correct? So ideally what you do, suppose you're present here, let's say somewhere, let's say I was in this particular folder. Okay, I will go to desktop and I will try to right click new folder. That's what I did that time. Okay, same thing. So first, my first task is I want to move from my current directory to my desktop. So for this, there is a command which is called a cd. Cd means change directory. Okay, so pwd means current directory where you are, cd means change directory. Okay, after cd, you need to provide where do you want to move to. Okay, so you can provide a path like this, whatever path you want to move in. Or for example, there are some by default understood things like desktop. So I'll say, remember D is capital, just write down DESKTOP, desktop. Okay, so now I moved to my desktop. If you see, there's a difference. Earlier I was present. Now if I type pwd, it will show me users data sense desktop. Okay, so try this, like try to move to some other folder using cd command. Cd means change directory inside your computer. Okay. Please try this and let me know if you guys are able to do this. So we learned first command pwd. Again, there are a lot of commands. We don't need to know everything. We just need to know few of the commands which are there. Okay, so first command was pwd. These commands are case sensitive. Yes, if you write down pwd, few of them are not. I mean, I don't remember which of them are. For example, if I just do cd desktop, right, it will not understand. No such, right? So you need to see. Mostly these commands are case sensitive, like, but few of them are not. So you can check that. Okay. So we learned about pwd, we learned cd. Through cd you can move anywhere. So remember, now whenever you do things like this, where your mouse is here, you click at different locations. So what is happening in the back end? This cd command is running. Okay, so whenever I click on this, a command like cd documents will execute and it will move you to here. Okay, that's how things work. Nothing is magic, remember this. Okay, so this I did. Now my next task is that so what did I do? I created a basically folder on my system. Okay, on my desktop. So if where's my terminal? Yeah. So I'm on my desktop. Now what I want to do, I want to create a folder. Okay, so remember this thing. Whenever you hear a word directory, from here, directory, you will hear directory means folder. In terminal, in shell scripting or whatever you will hear, whenever you're going to hear a word called as directory, it means a folder. Okay. So when we say change directory, means change the current folder where you are working upon. Okay. So remember directory. So these are some terminologies you need to know. Directory is equal to folder. You don't have to type percentage pwds, just type down pwd and also write down in small command. Don't write down percentage, just write down pwd, that too in small. I'm not sure how it works on Windows, but I have seen PowerShell. So the commands are same in terminal or that. Okay. So now my next task is that, can other working on Windows can just tell if pwd is working?
Yeah, it is working. Small
Maybe
case pwd.
you just need to use small case. Okay, now my next task is to create a folder. Okay, so create a folder means creating a directory. Okay, so what I have to do, I have to make a directory. Okay, so the command for that is called mkdir. Now it looks like a confusing thing, but it's not. It means make directory. It's just a short form of saying make directory. So mkdir, remember. I mean, you don't need to mug up all this. Once you understand what all these commands are, actually, you will, like, I never forget these things, to be honest, right? So mk means make, dir means directory. So overall, the command means make a new folder. So whenever you create a new folder, you have to give it a name. So let's say I call it a name, Git workshop. Okay. Let's say this is, or let's say just call it terminal class. Okay. Just right. So this is the name of the folder. You can give it anything that you want. So mkdir is the command which says that you are creating a new folder. This is the name. And the moment I press an enter, it will accept. Now go to your desktop and see. You will see a folder with name terminal something, terminal class. See, I see it in my system. Okay. So this is terminal class. So can you guys see if it is coming for you guys? See, I have written all the commands in the PPT. Don't worry about that. You will have all the thing. Just explaining you what all things are there. Okay.
Yes, just create a folder.
You created a folder, right? Okay. Okay. So once you have created a folder, what was my next task? To create a file inside it. Okay. A document or text file, whatever you want to create. So let me create a text file first of all. So what will I do? The command to create a file, it is little bit different. Like mkdir was very obvious, that make directory, cd was change directory. But for command for creating a new file is little bit different, right? It's not intuitive, but it's fine. So the command is called touch. Yeah, right. So by touch you mean you are creating a new file. So for folder it's mkdir, and for file it is touch. Okay. And after you have created touch, simply give the file. Suppose I want to say first class. This is my file name. Yes, these are all. Yes, directory is equal to folder. Yes, these are all the important. These are the all things that you will require. Like there are hundreds of commands. You don't need to know hundreds. There are some 10-15 commands that you should be knowing. That's it. Okay. So this is the file. And remember, the file could be a Word file, PPT file, whatever. So you need to provide an extension. I'm giving txt right now. So it will create a folder at file name as firstclass.txt, and I will put an enter. Okay. So now if I go check terminal class, sorry, I actually created in my desktop, right? So let me do one thing. So clear. So remember, you created a file. What was the folder name? So remember, right now in desktop. Now, if you have to create, now this is my question. If I have to create a file, let's say called touch first underscore class dot txt, this file is not coming inside my folder. Can you tell me why?
Because you didn't change the directory. You are on desktop.
Yes, because we have to go. Right now I am in desktop. So this command will only create the file on my desktop. So to create the file on my particular desktop, I need to go into that folder. Correct? Now, on my desktop, if I see there are a lot of folders right now. Okay, if you remember the folder, that's fine. But if you see there are a lot of folders, how do I decide in which one I need to create? I want to see the list of folders which are present on my desktop so that I can decide. Because suppose in the UI, you come here, I will see, okay, this is data center. No. Oh, I have to create in this. How did this happen? I saw this folder terminal class and I created in that. So same thing, I should be able to see somewhere what all folders are present in my desktop. So the command for that is called list. Okay, ls. The meaning of this is list. So it will give you, when you enter it, it will give you all the folders which are present in and file on your particular system. So if you see, I have these many folders present on my desktop. And from there, I'll see, okay, I have to go to this terminal class. So what will I do? I'll say, can you guys confirm touch does not work in PowerShell? Can someone confirm me, please?
Yeah, I'm also getting error.
Can you guys check just the alternate command in, because let me check it.
It says not recognized.
For some, it's working.
No,
Yeah,
I think it's
same
not
error.
in Windows.
It's
Yeah.
new item.
Let me just explore it. Let me just say. Okay. Is it cat? Can you guys confirm the name in Windows?
It's new item.
It's new item. Can you just put in chat box here so that I'll pin it? Guys, see, these commands you can check online as well. I mean, let me just check it, right? For example, it's a new item, someone said, right? Can you just put your command in the chat box for Windows, whatever it is?
I have done.
Okay. Uh, okay, new item. So it will be new. So N is capital, right? New item, then file name, let's say class.txt, something like this you will do. Am I right?
All in small caps. All new N need not be in capital. Like everything is small letters.
New item class.txt. That's what you need to do in Windows, right? You're saying this. Can you guys try this command and let me know if it is working on your Windows? For like Mac, I can tell Mac and Linux. It is
new item work.
okay. Okay. So again, this is something you guys should like. No, you just write down ls. Don't write down anything else. Just write down ls. So like for L again.
Problem is coming that when I am doing ls in some other like other than desktop, if I'm doing it like in my terminal class, if I'm doing ls, so then it's coming like first class.txt. But when I'm doing it in desktop, then it's showing operation not permitted.
So maybe you don't have access. Maybe you need to check the basically some setting in the backend, because I have in my laptop I have like undo every setting, right? It could be that the permission.
Yeah, same error. What is pasted.
Yeah, so create in a folder where you have access, something like that. Create in a right now. Our objective is just to understand the commands, right? The permission and all that you can see that later. The touch will be not be recognized in Windows. I mentioned, so I have pinned it in the comment, right? You can go and check at the top. The command is new item, whatever your file name dot format. That this is the thing that you need to do. Yeah. So let me tell you first of all. So what did we do? That through ls I got to know that okay, on my desktop I have so many folders. I don't want to create my file on my desktop. I need, so just like here, I don't want to create on desktop. I want to create in this particular folder. So whatever I'll need to do, I'll need to move inside the folder. That's how I normally also click in, right? So you will do cd terminal, and if the moment, so think like this, when you're writing down something, right? Let's say you just write down first couple of words, characters, ter, just press tab. It will automatically complete for you, because if there are not matching things, it will automatically complete for you. Okay, so it is like cd terminal. The moment you write down terminal, just press tab, it will complete for you. Or you can write down the complete thing as well, terminal underscore class. Okay, so now I'm inside my terminal class folder. Now here I will write down touch first .txt. Okay, or it was new for Windows, new.txt, new line, so new file, right? New item. Okay, so this is what you're going to do. Please everyone try this and let me know if you are able to do this much. Okay, and suppose you have written too many things, you just want to clear your window, so just write down the command clear. It will clear everything for you. Okay, so clear is used to just delete everything and basically go just update the text and all that. I'll just wait for 1 more minute. Okay. Okay. Now suppose what I want to do is I want to write down some. So if I go here, I see in terminal class I have this first.txt, but the file is empty right now. Okay. Generally, you need to know this much only, because you will go to the file and add some text here. Okay. So this is here. Yeah, I will cover. Don't worry. Okay. So suppose I want to write something in the file using turn. This is an optional thing. This is not mandatory. Whatever I taught till now was mandatory. This part is optional, right? With what I'm going to tell you, one command that suppose I want to write down something there through my terminal. Okay. So what will I do? I will say that this is my PWD. This is my current directory. So this is the command. I will say echo. Echo means writing down a text. Okay. Then in inverted quotes, I'll write down, okay, this is my first class. Okay. So echo command, the text that I want to write in my file. Okay. Then I will use this. And after this, I need to provide the path on which file do I want to write this. Okay. So let's say this is the file name dot txt. Okay. So once I do this, I'll go back to my file and I will check whether the text is there or not. First.txt, it has not appeared. Just give me a second.
Actually, it was first class, so it was a different.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, my bad. So I'll do echo, right? So the folder name, file name was first underscore class dot txt, right? So now I will go to my.
But it is inside terminal class, so we have to give that path first now. First,
No,
we'll
I've given that path.
Okay.
Let me check it again. So let me clear it. Okay. Clear. Sorry. PWD is this ls. Okay. So I have this. This is my path. Okay. So I will do echo text. Let's say write on text this. Then I'll copy the whole paths. I got, you're right. Actually, my bad. This is the folder, and in the folder I want to go inside my file, which is first dot txt. Okay. So now I will go and check into my file if it is there. So now this text is there. So you can try out this command as well. Echo. This is an optional. Generally, you don't write down to text files through terminal. This is just an additional thing I wanted to tell you guys. Okay. Again, so now this was something writing text. Again, that was an optional. Now let's move to important things now. So right now, if I see ls commands give me the, for example, the files which are present in my current folder. I want to move back because I want to go back to desktop again. So one method is, we saw, you write down cd desktop. Suppose I just want to go back one folder previous. So instead of typing cd desktop, you can also do cd dot dot. So what it will do, it will take you to one step back. So right now you're in terminal, right? For example, let's say this is my PWD. So if you see my path right now, I'm in terminal class folder. I want to go to desktop. So one folder before this one. So what can I do? I'll simply cd dot dot and I'll be back to my desktop. Okay. Suppose I do one more back, cd dot dot. I'll go back to my base folder, my base directory. Okay. Okay, so I'll do seed. So try this one as well. Try to move here and there on your systems. Okay. one more thing, that while you are, for example, while you are in a folder, for example, let's say this is my working directory. I'm in desktop. Okay. Let's say I do ls. Ls will give me all the folders which are present. I see backup. I want to go into this terminal class folder. So I'll click cd terminal underscore class, which I already did. Okay. I'm inside this. Suppose I just want to check as well whether I am inside this folder or not. I know actually you are, but just for your verification, suppose from terminal only you want to go to the folder visually, because that is something you will need very much. You simply just type down open space dot. Okay. It will open that folder for you. And now here you can like move here and there. So whenever you are at a particular directory, simply write down open dot and it will take you to that particular directory. It will open that particular folder for you. Okay. Now let's talk about this. Let's go to desktop. Okay. Again, I have written everything in the file that in the PPT. So you will have those commands. Don't worry. Right now, just try to understand the logic and simply. So and then on the desktop, basically, there is, I see there are a couple of variations of the ls. So ls gives me a I'm a terminal class, right? cd dot dot. I'll go back to desktop. So ls give me the list of all the folders that are present in my desktop. You can have more things through ls. So there are two variations of ls commands. The first variation is ls dot -a. So right now this on ls only shows you the visible files. For example, if you have some hidden files like .env, we'll see that that does not show up here. Okay. So for that, you will simply press LSA. So you see that you will have a lot of additional hidden folders like .localize, .dstore. These are generally the hidden files on your systems which you don't see, right? So to see everything, you use ls. A means all, right? So generally ls mean that, okay, list all the folders on my desktop. When you do LSA, it means that list everything which is even hidden on my desktop. So you will be able to see that. Okay. And one last version of this is LSA. Suppose you want little bit of more information about the folder, so you will say LSL. So it will give you of every folder what is present there. Like for every folder which is present, it will give you more information, like when they were created, what is the last time you modified them, those kind of things they will give to you. Okay. So this is something you can have, right? So, okay. Any doubt, anyone, in any of the command? I mean, these are just the command. You should know it, that there is no, for example, like what is the logic of these commands? No one knows, but these are just there. Okay. Now comes, suppose I wanted to delete the file. So let's say I want to delete a particular file. I want to move to cd terminal class, for example. This is my folder. And I want to delete this first.txt. Okay. So to delete this particular file, so there you can delete a file or you can delete a folder. Okay. Okay, open command, open, then dot is also there. Are you using open space dot? Don't, not only open. So just, can you just check on maybe Google what is the alternate command for that? Let me check it. No, A will work. LSA works for everything. LSA works in Windows as well, I have seen.
No, in Windows we must use the direct dir for visual show the folders dir.
It's not working in Windows.
No, Windows not work.
For Windows, it won't work.
Windows you can use a dir
Yes.
directory.
Yeah, dir ls, only ls works. Like ls minus l, ls minus a will not work.
Okay, see, you can see the variations on Google as well. Again, that's fine. ls you should know. The rest all, I mean, you can explore when you're working, actually working on things. Right now, ls is more than sufficient for you guys. Yeah. The commands can, देखो commands ऐसा है कि command मेरे को भी नहीं याद सारे, to be honest. ये basic है जो मेरे को याद रहते हैं, right? So you also remember them. You'll be require only these things, not everything. Okay. And if sometime you don't remember, you can always do ChatGPT or Google. So it's fine. Main thing is you should know what these things actually. ठीक है, हमें commands याद सारे याद करने की जरूरत नहीं है. These basic command. Now suppose I want to delete a file. Okay, because these are the basic operations that you will be doing anywhere. So now I want to delete this file. So I can either delete a folder or I can delete a file, right? Suppose if I will delete a file, I will use rm command, okay? And after that, I will call it first.t, whatever the file name is. Rm, not rem. First.txt. Now let's go to the folder. This file is not there. So it is deleted, okay? And suppose I want to delete this whole folder, terminal_class. Okay, so for that I will be using just additional command rm r terminal_class. Wait a second. Sorry, it's rmdir. Sorry, rmdir. Right. So rmdir, and then I forgot the command. Let me check in PPT. It's yeah, rmdir, just like make directory, just like that, remove directory. Okay, so it's that. See, even I didn't remember. It's fine, you can forget it, so not a big problem. Terminal class. So whatever folder, you just provide the folder name. No such. Okay, I think it was already deleted, that's why. Oh, terminal class. Let me check it once again. Clear ls, sorry. Okay, cd. Okay, yeah, we were actually inside terminal class. That's why we were not able to delete it. Now I'm on desktop. On desktop, I have these folders. So I'll do rmdir, and then I will do this folder, terminal_class. Okay. Now this folder will be deleted. So this folder is now deleted. Okay. So that's it. I'm just checking. There are some additional commands. If I need to tell you, ls is done, mkdir. These things you can try, like copy and all that is generally not required through terminal, but I've given those commands. You can check. Yeah, being inside the folder cannot be deleted. You only delete things which are present in your ls, right? So inside a folder, that folder will not be there, so you cannot delete that. Okay, so I'm just checking. Display the file content, less view page, show the first 10. It's fine. I mean, rest commands are just optional. These are the only commands that you require. Okay, so y or n, just write down y. If it is asking, just ask for y. Okay, so let's do one thing. I'm giving you a task right now. Everyone, please try on your system, and then we will have a break. Okay, so let's do one thing. Okay, so the first is create 2 folders. Okay, let's create 2 folders. So you can create the folder num in one name as product, second name as, for example, user. So create these 2 folders. Inside product, create 2 files. One file is, let's say, name dot, so it's a text file. Remember, it's a text file. And then create, for example, history, which is a doc file, Word file basically. Okay. Second, inside the user, so this is inside the product, and inside user, create these 2 files. For example, inside the user, create, for example, again create name this has to be a doc file. And in the third is, so let's say this is the first, create a name file. Second, uh, for user, you can create city, create a name as city, which is a text file. Okay. Once these things are done, write one line in each file. Okay. But write one line in each file. And fifth is delete all files first. First of all, delete all the files. Okay. Then delete the folders. Delete both the folders. So this is your task that you have to do. Remember, you have to do using terminal or PowerShell only. No, you don't have to do using clicking. Tasks are very easy. Anyone can do this, right? So do all this using terminal commands only. Okay. Then we will have a break. So please do. If you don't remember command, that's fine. You can explore a little bit on internet, but just try to see how you can do this. Okay. It's based on everything that we just created. So total, first create two folders, product and user. In the product, create two files, name and history. And in the users, create two files, name and city. And then write one line in each file, or one word, anything you can write down. No, they need to be different. A doc file is docx and text file is tx. That's what you need to search basically. Then after writing down the files, delete all the files and then delete all the folders. Please do that. You can ask me if you don't remember any command, you can ask me, or you can do Google as well. But these were all the commands that we did. So you need to remember all these commands always. Okay. So you have like 5 more minutes before deadline is over. Okay. So try to complete in 5 minutes. This is not a very big task, but still, I mean, it's fine. Just try on your own.
For creating files, have to go to that folder, no? First, I mean, to go
Yeah,
to
of course, you have
product
to
and
go
to
inside
create the
that folder.
file
Then
in
only.
that product.
Yes. Those who have completed, please write down a text that if you're done. Good. Yeah, please keep me posted who are done. And once you're done, please you can have a break. We will resume the. Okay, for echo. Let me give you. Where is it? And so the command will be echo, then file name, text, what you need to do. So let me put a clear first of all. So it will be echo, text that you want to put in, then location. So that should be the command. Location / file dot whatever its extension is. Okay. So yeah, I was saying those who are done, please have a break. We will resume this second half of the session at 9:30 p.m. IST. And please don't skip the second session. Second is the most important session, because in this we haven't even started Git. We were just doing introduction and some terminal commands. Okay. So please make sure, so you can drop off, but please make sure to join on the same link which you have at 9:30 p.m. IST, and we will study about Git from there. So second session is the most important session. Please don't skip it, because if you don't attend that, you won't be able to understand the third and fourth session. So that's why second is the most important session. See, Lavanya, you are on Windows, right? Maybe you can check online that what's the command for Windows. Can you just check in? Or someone who has used echo command in Windows, can you just put in their command, please? Please check their commands, because I am not aware about Windows. I haven't used for long, so. The third, okay, yeah, sure. Let me go back to the question. So first, two folder, in each folder create two different files, like in product this, third and users this. Then write one text in each of the file, delete all the files, and then delete both the folders. So those who are done, you can take a break. You can come back to at 9:30. Please be on time. I won't wait even a minute. So please try to be on like at least 2 minutes before 9:30. Yeah, have a break, enjoy, have your dinner and all that. So we'll resume the session at 9:30. Those who are not able to do, please try to do. And those who are done, please put in chat box that yes, I have done it, and go for a break and come back at 9:30. I mean, try to come back by 9:25. So we have a 30 minutes break now. Okay. And join using the same link, please. It's the same. I will be online only. Like this meeting will be there only. I'm not dropping off. So you can skip, like log off, and you can join back on the same link. So the reason I explained all this is because terminal is something like it's a very easy thing. Git is also a very easy thing, but we never actually train ourselves, right? When we directly go for companies, there you see people talk these things and we get confused. So that's why I conducted this particular workshop. So this is very, very much practical. It's like in every company. Those who are working, they can also tell that yes, it's required. These are the basic things you need.
So I think one folder I'm able to delete, then there is another folder which then it's coming like directory not empty, but actually it's empty. So maybe there are hidden commands, most probably.
Yeah, there might be hidden. So don't delete. So just delete the folder that you created. Don't create everything. Delete everything.
No, I just like I deleted one. One was able to delete the product one. I think it has some hidden files. So like is do you know
How it can have hidden if you created yourself? So let me do.
Yeah, I don't know why it's coming.
Let me do now, right now on my system. Okay. Like you guys can simply watch. So for example, let's say my first task is to create 2 folders, right? So first I'll go to desktop. I'll say cd product. Oh, sorry, on desktop already. mkdir product and users, right? So I created this command. So let's see, product 2 folders are created. Okay. So you can give the names one after each other as well, like product, user, or whatever you want to create. Now you want to go cd in product. Okay. And I want to create 2 files. I'll create one file is touch. Let's say, what was the file name? So name.txt and history.docx, right? So I'll say name.txt and history.docx. You can create in separate line as well, but I'm just telling you, right? So now let's go to product and check if those folders are there. Product, so history.docx is there, name.txt is there. Okay. Now let's go to the other folder. So I'll go one step back, cd, one step back, I'm on desktop. Now I want to go to what was the other folder name? Users. So cd users I will do, and here also I will simply, let's say, create 2 file names you guys can see whatever you want to create. Okay. I created these names there. So here now let me check users folder as well, if these folders are there. Yes, these files are there. Now I want to create text, so I will write down text in one of the file. So these are my file and this is my location, right? So I'll say echo, let's say for example, this workshop is of Git. Okay. So this is my text. After this I need to provide the location. So this is my folder directory, and after folder, suppose I want to write down in this file. Let's say I want to type in name.txt. So I'll say name.txt. Using same command, I can create the text in other files as well. So let's check name.txt. Yes, so this workshop, the text is created in this. Okay, and now once, so similarly you can copy the command, create in other folders. Now I want to delete everything, so I'll go cd back. I'm in desktop. So first of all I have to, let's check cd product, right? So I see there are two files, history.docx and name.txt, right? So I need to create, delete both of the files. So I'll say rm history dot docx and name dot txt. So both should be deleted now. Let's check. Both are deleted. Okay. Now similarly delete from users as well. So I will have to move back to my desktop. So I'll say cd desktop or go back. Sorry, let's say cd. Okay. Then cd users. Then ls. I'll see all the folders. So now I have to use same command. Can simply copy from here. Okay, delete it from users as well. Okay, so both the files are empty now. Now simply go to, remember I have to go back to desktop. So I'll say cd this. Now I have to delete these folders. So rmdir users and product. I entered them and these two folders are gone now. Okay, so nothing is there. So that's all you needed to do. Is it clear, everyone? Okay, so guys, you can have break, please. If you can try more experiments on your own, but these are the major commands that you needed. So yeah. If someone has any doubt, you can ask me. Otherwise, please go for a break. So if it is saying uh, products directory, it's saying directory not empty. Okay, you are using Windows or Mac? So like there are some force deletion commands for that, right? You can check it online. Maybe you can use them. Let me check and get back to you. Give me a second. So like in Mac, I know there is a command called as rm rm rf, then whatever your path is. This forcefully deletes it. So let me check for Windows as well. So if you are using Mac, try to use this particular use this rf. This forcefully deletes a folder. Now let me check for Windows. For Windows, it says remove. So try to this remove. Okay, for Windows it is rd, then folder name, right? That's what you're saying. So try this command, please.
Yeah, RD and folder name, and then the either can use RM directory and folder name.
Okay, okay,
Both can work.
okay. Try these commands, please. What is not work? It is open dot. It is not opening. It is use open, then dot, then it opens. On Windows, it's Explorer. Okay. On Windows, it's Explorer dot. Okay. Yeah. So we'll start in 10 more minutes. Let others join. Yeah. it should open. I mean, there must be something wrong with your system because it works normally. Let me check it. What you're saying. So if I go here, so suppose I do mkdir test, cd test, and then I create a file. Let's say touch file one dot docx. Now, if I go to this folder test, and it's opening for me, it opens generally. I mean, you need to check if you have used the right commands to create. Yes, so you need to check your system. Maybe, I mean, generally it opens 99% of the times. What is the error that you are getting? Yeah, so something wrong with your system. You need to check that. Put that error on ChatGPT. You can get, maybe you get to know. Maybe some settings you need to change from the backend.
Hello, can I hear me? Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can I ask something?
Yeah,
I'm
please.
working in the hospitality industry. Which way the Western control I can use my industry for,
What
like, every day I'm dealing with the guests.
can you repeat the question once again?
So I'm working in a hospitality industry, like a hotel,
Okay.
in a laundry department. The
Okay.
Western control system, which way I can use to implement in our
So what,
industry?
what is your work generally there? Like what
Generally,
type of?
I'm dealing with the guests, like a laundry. We pick up the laundry from the guests and process and send it back to the guests. And then guests give, sometimes they give for good feedback as well, and bad feedback as well also.
See, so I mean, a lot of things you can do. Suppose you have the laundry scheduled for, right, whatever you will have a schedule plan, like whatever you have, right? So
Yeah, yeah.
uh, what you can do is, maybe suppose, do you guys have some application or something, app or website where you enter all these details?
So we are using the Oracle for charging the guest detail, for charges, and for the payment detail. We are using the Oracle software behind the backend.
Yeah. So
For
whenever someone does any like delivery or any kind of thing happens, right? Where do you store that information?
that one, they're using the front office, some of software like Opera, the software, the Opera. They're
Right.
using the
So
guest detail, everything they store in the system.
yeah, so the way you operate those things, right? That has that logic must be in some code or somewhere, right? So you must be maintaining some databases,
Yeah.
some files, some codes, right?
Okay.
Which over the time you will improve. For example, right now, you have, let's assume you have a UI right now where you enter, these are the logistics, these are the things, right? And based on that, you do something. In future, you build a more advanced UI and you take more details, something like that, right? So so basically what is happening, you are advancing your technique. So earlier your code was something else. Now your code in the backend has changed, right? So you can use Git to track all those things. So tracking code changes, or even not only code. Suppose you have some information over the time that let's say every day you are getting some bookings or something like that is happening. You can track all them in an Excel file or a text file somewhere,
Yeah.
right? So CSV is also like comma separated file. So you can track everything in a CSV. That CSV you can put it on Git, and as things go, you can update it, right? Put on Git, and you can track the updates to that CSV file using Git. That is also possible, and more use cases, I mean, are definitely possible. So yeah.
Okay. So yeah, just you are talking about the only the developer side, like behind the code. As a end
It's not
user,
only developers, as I mentioned, like Excel you can track in Git. Okay. Like CSV files you can track very easily. Text files, wherever some text is involved, right? Think like this.
so my thing is, by in my department only I can handle with the system. So
Okay.
other people they doesn't know how to those things. What is hate? What is hate? Because they don't know.
Then it will be for you only, not for them. Like suppose you want to go back.
How we, but we are only the collaboration. We are working together. Only we all involved in the project. So
No, if
how
others
they,
are not using those files or data, whatever in the backend, so you cannot use version control. Like they cannot use version control systems, right?
yeah, correct.
So you can use for yourself, depending. Like if you're not collaborating on those things, then you can keep a track for yourself just to go back that what suppose I'm working on as I mentioned, let's say I'm working on a movie script, right? I don't share my movie script with anyone. I just keep it for myself. Every day I log in the morning, I work for 8 hours, I think and write, and at the end of every day I store that in my Git or GitHub, whatever it is. Okay. And then suppose over 6 months, I have, so 30 days into 180 versions I have, example, right? And if I want to visit that, okay, what I was doing, what was I thinking 2 months back, right? You can go and visit that file, right? So again, it is not only code, any file system that involves text, right? That you can track using version control.
Okay, I try to implement this one. So that's the
Yeah,
reason I came
yeah,
here.
try this. It's very helpful. Like, I mean, see, if your job is not that, again, depends on your type of work as well.
Yeah.
But
Yes.
Let's say your job is only to conduct meetings, then you can, suppose you
Yes,
conduct meetings, right? You can
I'm
take
totally
those memos and
non-IT.
store in somewhere, right?
Yeah, I'm totally from non-IT. I don't have
Yeah.
experience.
Suppose you're doing conversations, you're talking to people, for
Yeah,
example. You track that in a, what we do, we track in a notepad like this, right?
Hmm.
Instead of tracking in a notepad, track them in a text file and keep on adding every day. So that way you will have access to everything without maintaining separate folders. Right? I will show you the concept of commits in Git, right? So what happens that as you move forward, as you more text come in, right? So you can update that in that file without you won't even need to create separate folders. Everything will happen through Git. You will see that how it happens. So it is very handy if you want to keep a track of things, even if you're not collaborating with people.
Yeah,
You
correct.
just need to think. See, I will tell you a concept that something like this exists. Now you need to think that in your regular work, how you can use that. And I'm very sure it will help. But for me, it has helped a lot. For you also, like it will help a lot, like in some or
Yeah,
some.
that's the reason I'm just thought suddenly, oh, okay, we can use this one for like how can you collaborate with
Tracking
our
minutes of meetings are there, right? Client calls, like you don't want to go to emails. Like in emails, you go and search by date and you forget everything, right? You can track everything, emails and all that through Git. So those things are also there.
Okay, yeah, I bring up the scenario.
Sure, but yeah, we can discuss more after tomorrow, because once I explain you more concept, because right now I've not even taught Git completely, right?
Yeah,
Once you
correct.
once you see what all features are there, then then we can discuss more tomorrow, that where you can implement this in your current role.
Okay. Okay, sorry. How may I address you? I didn't know
My
your
name is
name.
Satvik. You can call me Satvik.
Yeah, thank you.
So we'll start in 2 minutes. Okay. I think everyone has, again, I mean, see, only 30 people are live, or 35. I don't know why people register and they just don't join live. I really don't like it. I mean, If this is something you should learn live only, and then put it on dump, right? It's fine. You don't need to go and practice Git every day. No one practices Git every day. No one even asks in an interview that what all Git commands are there. This is something, a practical thing which will be required when you start working, and no one will teach you. So that you will, that time you will need to Google search and all that. So it's better to learn right here only.
They ask generally push and pull command.
Do they ask commands in interview?
Yes, pull and push. Like they'll want to understand, like you are aware about this
Okay,
command or
okay.
not.
It happened to me. I was giving an interview this week, right? So interviewer asked me to share my screen. Then he asked me to like create a project folder, create some, gave me some assignment, right? There I had to he asked me to do through terminal, I remember. But yeah, yeah, sometimes they can ask. But yeah, again, this is more of less from interview perspective. This is more of your, when you will actually work, right? These as I mentioned, like you practice a lot of SQL problems, you got a job, and the moment you started working, people are talking about Git, uh, cloning, people are talking about share, commit, and all that, and you get confused. I mean, I didn't read all that, right? So that's why this is a gap which we are just fulfilling. So yes, I think we can get started. Most of the people have joined. Those who have not joined, it's their mistake. So in the previous session, right? So everyone is clear with the terminal commands, right? And the basic Git concept, that what does Git do? That we track snapshots at various stages so that we can revisit them. Okay. Now in this session, as I mentioned, this is the most important session. We're going to actually understand that how does all this happen. Okay. I spoke about going to checkpoints. What are those checkpoints? How does it happen? How can I move from here and there? So we're going to cover everything in this particular session, right? There are some topics which you will be reading about. For example, I'm just telling you in advance what are we going to study. We will study about what is a Git repository. Okay. uh, I'm not sure what you, and right now people understand, okay, repository is something just like a link. No, it's more than that, right? Repository, what is their staging? There is concept of staging. There is commit. Okay. There is branching. And then there is merge. These are the major things. Like these have subtopics as well, but then we will be studying about more command. Tomorrow we will study about a very good concept, that is time travel, right? We will study about time. If time permits today, we'll study today as well, time travel. Okay, so let's begin the session, guys. I hope everyone is back. So let me open the PPT. Okay, so this session is about the Git basics, right? All the basic concepts, basic commands, basic working of a Git. So please listen very carefully, very carefully, okay? And ask as many questions as you can, because that is the objective of live class. Otherwise, I would have shared some videos as well with you. Okay, so talking about Git basics, right? So the first term that you will hear is called repository. Okay, that everywhere you'll hear this Git repository, GitHub repository. I'm sure a lot of you people would have heard this, right? So can someone tell me what do they understand by repository as of now?
A central location where you store files or
Okay, storage of code, central location. Anything else? Anyone?
Collection of files.
Just
Collection of files.
like our local folder, like it's a folder type.
Okay, okay. You guys are telling somewhat right, but one key thing is missing, and which is very obvious for this. You have joined this workshop, right?
Supposedly
Okay.
like shared folder in a cloud, so that it's
Yeah,
everyone can access.
that part is agreed. See, repository is a folder, right?
Yes, a
Which has
collaboration.
all the files of your project. But there's a difference between a repository and a folder. Remember this, repository and folder are not the same things. You think like this, okay, I'll track all my project stuffs in my folder. Yes, of course. Let's say I'm creating a chatbot. Okay, that chatbot has some let's say it has a lot of folders. I'll put everything in this folder only. But this is right now a folder only. It is not a repository yet. Okay, so what is the meaning of repository? I'll tell you that. Now think like this. What is the whole purpose of Git? What did we study? What does Git do? If we go to the definition at the start, what is Git? So we studied here Git that runs locally on a machine, right? Wait a second. Even before this, we had So we studied about this. A version control is a system that tracks changes to your files over the time. Remember this thing. I have highlighted this. It tracks changes to your files. So this is what repository is. The difference between folder and repository is that in a folder, you can keep on updating things, keep on, for example, let's say you created a folder, right? We created a folder. I created a file in it. I will add things to file. I'll modify the file over the time, right? It is still a folder. Now what Git does, Git is something, it tracks your changes, and that is what a repository does, right? A repository, think like this, it is a spy, okay, which is looking at your repository continuously. Let's say this is a repository, it is looking at your folder continuously. Whenever there is a change in your folder, any kind of change, maybe you just went to a text file and you changed something, it will get to know that. Okay, so like I'm not sure if you guys have seen, there's a movie that like I forget the name, but it's like that there people are living in an area, they're just not allowed to say anything, right? The moment they say, aliens attack on them, right? It's kind of like that there are repositories, something which has surrounded a folder. It is constantly tracking any kind of activity that is happening, and the moment, yeah, I think quiet place, that was right. I mean, that will happen. So there are people tracking this, and the moment it happens, it will store it somewhere. Now what do we do with that information? That's up to us. Okay, so for right now, a repository, so think like this, a repository is a storage location where Git tracks all the versions of files in a project. Okay, so basically it tracks anything, whatever we were doing here, 1 2. So think like this, Git repository is this glass jar. It definitely has my folder, but in additional to that, it has this information of all the changes to my folder. So it allows, yes, rollback is possible using Git repository. I'll tell you how. Okay, so it allows collaboration, version control, and backup of the coding files. Okay, so now how does this all happen? That so remember, in a folder, when you create a folder, and a difference between a repo is that a repo tracks you. But how does it track you? So every time you create a repository, there is a hidden folder .git which is created inside it, and this is the folder which is responsible for tracking changes. You don't need to know how those changes, like what logic it uses to track the changes. You don't need to know all that, but just know this folder git, right? It is responsible to track the changes. So every repo which you create will contain a hidden folder that stores the version history and metadata, whatever things are there. We will see this with example. Okay, and repository provides a full history of changes, making it easy to audit and debug the issues like rollback, moving forward, and anything. Okay, any doubt, anyone, before I move it? I'll show all this with example, but just want to know definition. Does anyone is everyone clear with this? What is the difference between a folder and a repository? Okay, a normal person will consider both same. Now, because you have attended this workshop, so you should have this in mind. Okay, yes, please. Someone has any doubt? Raise the hand. Okay, so think like this. You have a lot of folders in your system. Yes, please.
in general sense, repositories are like just a like collection of files and the source. But in context of Git, it just repositories
No,
where they're tracking the changes.
repository is a file where you track these changes, right? I mean, thing is that we people use repository with folder like synonymously, but they are not. Okay, so in general, not in general, whenever you hear the word repository, think that
Mhm.
here all the versions of the file will get tracked.
Okay.
A GitHub
So
repository is a Git repository only. I will, yeah, please.
okay, so it is different from normal folder.
Yeah, so a repository, that's what I told, a repository and folder. So think this diagram. This diagram has 1 2 3 4 12 folders, right? But only 1 2 3 4 of them are repositories, because I've created a .git folder inside, and I will tell you what it does. But only these 4 are the repositories, rest are just normal folders. So think like this: all repositories are folders, but not all folders are repositories. Is it clear? Okay, so again, repository is an English word only, but technically, if you have to talk some technically, repository and folder are different things. Otherwise, just they won't create any additional names just for a like, if folder is there, folder is better, but there's a difference between a folder and, okay. See, I will come to everything, don't worry. Git repository, don't rush ahead, I will come to everything. Okay, first let's have this. You can ask all this, but now, so this is the first part, right? Understanding the repository. Okay, everyone is clear with this, right? The second term that you will hear very frequently is called committing, right? And it is the most important feature which you say in your, for example, in whole Git thing, right? That the committing is the most important. In general also committing is important, and in Git also it is very important, right? So let's understand what is the meaning of committing in terms of Git. Generally, you know what is a committing means, but let's talk about committing here. So let's say this is, let's go back to the same example that we were doing, right? I had this particular website, I initialized it, right? I made a change, I added a heading, right? So once I have, so basically, I from my initial, I did some changes here, right? And okay, so I remember I added a checkpoint. So every checkpoint that you make is called a commit. Okay, so every snapshot, let's say you took a base, so you started with a blank file. So this is your first commit where you don't have anything. You made some changes to the file, and then you again did a commit. So that is your second commit, right? So the snapshot or the checkpoints of your folder, like which we will eventually use to roll back, right, are called commits. Okay, so again, after this, so after heading, I did some more changes, I added the search bar, I add one more commit, right? So this is commit 1, this is commit 2, this is commit 3. Okay, so think like this: take a folder, make some changes, and when you commit something, so Git start tracking. I'll show you all that how it works, right? So a commit in Git is a snapshot of the project at specific point in the time. It records changes made to the files and stores them in a repository's history with a unique ID called as hash. Okay, so like, let's say you started from here, you made some changes, you took a snapshot. So this is commit 1. This commit will have a ID. I'll show you, like, once we go to terminal, that how does that ID work, but this will have an ID. Similarly, another checkpoint or commit, this will have also an ID, right? So you have 4 commits in this particular source so far. So you will use these IDs. Remember, someone asked me if we can roll back. So we will be using these IDs to roll back. Suppose I am here, I want to go back to this version or go back to this version. We will be using that concept there. Okay, so think like this. You all would have played, I'm not sure if you guys have played video games, right? Let's say talk about GTA or some other similar game, where you play a game and you go and save. Like, let's say there is a very big game, you don't complete the whole game in one day, right? You play a little bit, you go and save the story, save, and the next time you start from where you left, right? Then you played second day, and then you again saved it, and then you again played from where you left, right? So checkpoints, exactly. So now every time you open the game again, you can start the game from any of the checkpoint. It is not necessary that you start from where generally people start from where they left, but you can start from anywhere you want, right? So that is the concept of committing. Committing is various checkpoints in your history. Okay, that's why it's most important, because every history that Git tracks comes through committing. Anyone, any doubt in committing conceptually? Okay. So what happens that generally what will happen that you will work on a file, save it and commit it. And when you commit, it will take the snapshot of all the files which were at that stage at that particular time, right? And they will help you basically to give it. So this is the basic Git workflow right now. What we learned till now, that work on something. So make new files, edit files, whatever you are going to do. Okay. I'll talk about this. So basically, we worked on something, right? And then you commit it. Work on something, commit. Work, commit. That's how things will be going on. Okay. So now we'll start seeing all this, that how to actually see all this. So the first command that is very important is called git status, right? So git status shows the current state of your working directory and staging area. Okay, so what is the staging area? Yes, committing is like saving the changes. Yes, so it tells you which files are untracked, modified. We'll see that. So let's go to terminal. Let's do one thing. So let's create a folder. You guys can do parallelly, or please right now just see me doing. You can practice. I will give you sufficient time to practice as well. Right now, just focus on what I'm trying to teach. Okay, so let me just delete this. Okay, I'll go to terminal. Okay, so let's do. I'll do all this through VS Code. Okay, you can do through terminal as well. I'll do through VS Code. So I'll open the VS Code, right, and I will. Look, I'm zooming in. Can you guys see this much? Is this much zoom fine for you?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, in VS Code, you can go to terminal from here, click terminal. Okay, this is the same terminal that you were having there. It's the same terminal. Okay, so suppose I want to show you this git thing, commit thing, right? So I have to create a new folder for that. What will I do? First of all, I'll go to desktop. Okay, cd desktop. This we just did. Sorry, cd desktop. Okay, here I will create a folder mkdir. Let's say GitHub workshop. Okay, so I created this folder. Now I want to see this folder inside the VS Code. So how to do that? You click on this one. Okay, Explorer. From here, open folder, go to desktop, and you will see this GitHub workshop folder there. So click on this. Why I'm using terminal VS Code is because we'll be able to see terminal and our files simultaneously. Otherwise, from terminal I have to switch, then come back again. That's why I'm using this particular thing. Okay, so terminal, open the terminal. Now this is the GitHub workshop folder that you see, right? Right now it's empty, totally empty. Okay, so this is a folder right now. Now let's do one thing. Let's do ls. There is nothing present. Let's do lsa. There is some nothing. These are just random things. These folders are totally empty. This totally no file is there. Okay. The first command that we just saw was git status. So what does git status do is that if you read here, it shows the current state of your working directory stage. Like it basically it will tell you everything about your particular repository. Something like that will happen. Okay. So tell me this thing. Will this command, if I execute, will it run or will it be able to show me the changes in my GitHub in this folder or not?
There is nothing in the folder, no?
There's nothing. Yeah, but at least it should be able to show me when this folder was created.
Yeah.
Will it be able to tell me that?
Yeah, it will tell git status.
No.
Bye.
The answer is,
But we have not committed anything yet.
remember, this is just a folder right now. This is not a GitHub repository. Okay.
Okay.
Git commands only work on Git repositories. They do not work on normal folders. So if you think like this is just a normal folder. If I run a git status, it will give me an error. It will say that, it will identify what command I'm giving, but it will say this is not a Git repository or
So
any of the parent directories. Right?
Still in unstaging. That's why.
Yeah,
Still
I mean, I
full
will speak about those words and staging and all that, but
First, you have to make that git repository, and then that
so
command
the
will
first
run.
step is to create a Git repository in any folder. Okay, so this is not actually our first command, git status. Git status we will use a lot, so just keep this in mind. Remember this always. But the first, if we try, we get this error that not a GitHub repo, which we just saw, right? Okay, so what is our first command? We have to create a repository inside my folder. So for that, the command is called git init. So if you see, git init creates a new repository in a folder. It sets up the necessary, whatever you need to do, it will set up. But let's read what exactly happens when you create a git init. That a hidden .git folder will be created, right? Now once you have created this, it will be able to track the folders inside. So let me show you this. What will happen once you run the git init? Of course, the repository will be created, but let's see this. So let's go to VS Code. I run this command git init. Okay, so I'll run this git init. Init means initialize. So it will give me a message, initialize an empty Git repository, okay, in this particular thing. But if you see, I'm not able to see that folder, okay, because that Git folder is hidden. So do you guys remember the command through which I can, let's say I just want to see it. How can I see that? So if you guys know how to unhide the files, you can go and check that. Yep. There's a command I showed you, I told you LSA, right? So it will show me all the folders. So right now I'm not able to see any folder. Even if I go, let's go on the desktop. Let's go here, GitHub. What is the GitHub workshop? I don't have any folder here right now, but actually there is a folder, which is Git. So LSA, you will see this .git folder. This is hidden right now. You cannot see it. Let me see if I can unhide it. I don't know how to unhide in. Does someone know how to unhide folders from this in Mac? I know in Windows, but let me check. Let me check. Just give me a second. Okay, command shift dot. Let's see. The command is, so command shift dot. See, I got this hidden folder .git. It is created. So whenever you run a command in git init, so what it does, it creates a .git folder. What will this .git folder do? This will track now everything that you are going to do in this folder. Okay, so let's see what is inside this git folder. Let's go inside. See, I didn't create all this. How did this come? It automatically comes. Okay, so this folder, you don't need to know the logic of all this. It's fine. You like, we don't need to go in that much depth, but just know that all this will be automatically created once you do git init. Okay, all clear, everyone? You can try on your systems as well. So now if I run, remember what was our initial command? Git status. Okay, so I'm having this particular thing, git status. It has given, now it has identified me, it has given me some output. Let's read. On branch main, let's forget it. It says no commits yet. Means no commits yet means I haven't made any change to my folder, so there's nothing to commit. It says that there are some untracked files like to include in .da store. So you can yeah. So right now you'll get a message like this. Do you guys see that in your system? If you can check. Okay.
Satvik, in VS Code, how do I create the left-hand side folder?
Which folder?
The GitHub workshop you created in the VS Code, right? I'm unable to
Created
create the
using
folder.
terminal. Same mkdir. VS Code is just an interface. We are using terminal only.
Oh,
mkdir.
okay. Oh, same commands in that case. Okay.
Okay. So now let's go to this. So git init will always be, remember, whenever you are going to have a folder, you will always do git init first of all to create a repository. Okay. So now once you've done, it will track everything which is inside is. And one good thing about this is that it tracks even if you have nested folders. Suppose inside this folder repository you have multiple folders, it will track everything that you're going to do. We will see all that. Okay. So this I will cover later. Now that you have created a git init and you've initialized the repository, so what should I do next? Now what will be happening that git is now watching us. Okay. Once you have created this, now whatever, as I mentioned, repeating again, remember everything that you do, git will track automatically. Okay. So try to make some changes and run git status again, and you will see all that changes, right? So I will show you the working experience of this, how it looks like. Okay. So let's go to this particular thing. Let me delete everything once again. I will create once again. So this is it. We'll close the VS Code. I'll open the terminal from here. Okay. So cd desktop. Okay. mkdir, let's say GitHub class. Okay. And let's open this folder from here. Desktop, GitHub class. I opened it. Okay. Terminal. Yeah. So we have this particular folder. Now what I'm going to do is I have to git init. So when I run git status, it does not show me anything because I have not created repository. So what will I do? I'll say git init. Now my repository is initialized. Now if I run git status, I will see this message on branch main, right? Nothing yet to go because I have just created a folder. I have not done anything. Okay. So now let's do one thing. Let's do some task. Okay. So let's create a new file and make something. So how to create a new file? Which command to use?
Touch.
Touch or
Echo.
Windows use.
Echo.
So I'll create a new file. Touch.
or echo.
Let's say products.txt. Now see, the benefit of using VS Code is if I run git version, it works. But in VS Code terminal running, what error? Git init does not give you any error. You have to run git init inside a folder. Don't run it anywhere else. Like run inside a folder. Go inside a folder, then only run it. Okay. I'll create this. So the benefit of using VS Code is that whatever I'm going to do here, I'll be able to see those things in the left part. So let's say I create a right now. Okay, we'll come to that. Let me first tell that, then you can ask that. Okay. So touch product.txt. Okay. So when I enter, you'll see a product.txt file. It got created automatically. Okay. Right. So this is something you should know. Okay. So now what will I do? I added a new file. So this is a change that I did. Remember, earlier my folder was totally empty. Then I basically added a new file, something like that I did. So what will I do? Let's go to this product.txt. Okay. Write down something here. Let's say my first line. Okay. And you do Control S. Now I have done few things inside this folder. Now when I run git status again, let's see this. It will say something. It will say that no commits yet. It noticed something. See that there is no commit yet, but it will say that there are some untracked files, right? Because we did some changes. So whatever changes we did will come under untracked files, right? Now Git is asking us that, okay, put those things in a staging area. I will tell you what is a staging area, and so that you can keep on tracking. So what happens in Git, there are three things, three areas which you need to understand the concept. One is a working directory, one is a commit area, and one is a staging area. Okay, so let me tell you the difference between these three. So working directory is the folder where you are working right now, or whatever, let's say folder you are, wherever you are, for example. So that is your working directory. Okay. So this is my working directory right now. So let's say I did some changes, change 1, change 2, change 3, change 4, some changes I did. Okay. Now this will automatically, Git will not ask it. Git will know that you did something, but for Git you to track, you need to, so this is called a working area, or working area, for example, or working repository, whatever. Then comes a staging area. So this is called a staging area. And then comes a commit area. Okay. So see, like this, you have done a lot of changes. Git will recognize. So right now Git knows that you have done something, but it does not know what changes. Remember this, there are two different things. The moment you do something in working directory, Git will get to know that, okay, this guy did something, right? But what exact change you did, it still does not know. Okay. For that, you need to put it into basically a staging area, so that you give it a permission that, okay, I did 4 changes, do one thing. Let's say I move these 2 changes into staging area. You will say that, okay, I did changes C1 and C2. Now please start like tracking them. So here you give the permission for it to track. So from now onwards, right? And once you have done this, you put it to commit area. Okay, once you're done with the changes, you will put into commit area. So in the working area, it knows that you have done some changes, but it does not know what changes. Once you put into staging area, it knows that, okay, it will start tracking whatever changes you did. And once you put into commit area, it will know exact changes that you did. Is this difference clear to you guys? I'll show you with example as well, but right now just try to understand that in working, repeating once again, in working area, it just knows that, okay, there's some sensor, it got to know something happened. So once you move it to staging area, and so you're just putting things into staging area, okay, that these things you should move to commit, right? And from there you move to commit. So from commit, after things are in commit, it knows the exact change that you have done. Okay, so this is what. So after doing any change, the first thing that you need to do is move something into staging area. To move into staging area, there is a command called as add. So if you see, Git also gives you this. Use Git to include what will be committed. Okay. So what will I do? I made some changes to my file. So I will say git add, and whatever file you want Git to track. Right now I want it to track products.txt. There can be other files as well. Let's say there were 10 files, but I'm only giving it permission to track this file. So it will not track other, it will not know the exact changes in the other files. It will know the changes in the product.txt. Okay. So once I have done this, I run this command. Okay. So now let's run git status again. So if you see on branch main, I'll talk about branches later. No commits yet. Changes to be committed, right? So this is now coming in green. Okay, it says that it has moved into staging area. Now from staging area, you have to put into a commit area. So what will you do? There's a command git commit. Okay. And after that, you need to write down for every commit, there needs to be a message that, okay, what change, like it's a, so that you can like think like this. You have made 100 changes over last 1 month. How in every change, what did you do exactly? You want to write a short description of that, right? So you write down that in a message. So you will say M stands for message. Okay. And inside this, you will say I added, or something like this, added first line. Okay. Git commit M added first line. So if you run this, don't run git commit directly. It will run in a weird type of environment. I will cover that as well. But right now, this is the command git commit M, and this is the message. Once you put enter, right, so you'll get this message that main root dot commit added a first line. This is the message. Okay, one file changed, something like that is created. Okay, now let's do one thing. For example, I'll run a git status once again. So it's because I have already put into commit, I have not made any change after that. So it is showing me that your working tree is clean, means you have recently committed something and there is no more changes. Whatever you committed is already well on place. Now suppose I want to check what changes did I do, what did I do in my previous. So there's a command called as git log. Okay, if you enter this, it will show you this thing. A lot of information will be there. I'll cover them. The first thing which is there, it will be the person who did it. So his email ID, for example. So this is the username. I'll show you how to set up username. Sorry, I forgot that. But this is the username and the email. So you'll get to know that which person did this. Suppose you are working in a team, right? Multiple people will commit multiple changes. And someone did something wrongly, or someone, you just want to talk to someone who made these changes. I want to speak to that person. So you should have a record of that, right? So that's why you will get to know this information, author. This will be the time. And remember, I told you at start, there will be, for every commit, there will be a hash. This is called commit hash. Okay. This ID is unique to every commit. This we will be using when we have to move from here and there. And then there is another thing called as head. I'll cover head later. Right now, just forget this part. Right now, this is just to show you this. And this is the message that we created. Okay. So this is the command line that you are having. So I did my first commit. Now, to know a little bit more about these commands, you can also go to the Git official page. If you go to this Git 𝗕𝘀𝘀𝗀.com, their website, you see there's a documentation. Okay, go to this documentation. There you will see this reference manual, and here you will see all the Git commands which are there. Okay, all the Git commands which are there. You don't need to know everything. Don't worry. We only need to cover those things which are used very frequently. Okay. For this, yeah. Okay. So this is the website. So for example, let's say I did a commit right now. Okay. So if I click on this, it will take me to a page. They've given everything. So see, they have a lot of things that you can do inside a commit. I mean, even no one remembers all this. So what does this command do? It gives a description, creates a new commit containing the current contents of the index. Something like this will happen. Right, you can read. I mean, there are a lot of variations of that, like -a, -p, like you can read all that. We don't need to go in that much depth, but you see, like, it's a very big documentation for each of the command, and no one can remember all this, to be honest, and no one even needs to. So whenever you feel a need, you need to learn you need to do a specific thing. Right now the ChatGPT is there, but if ChatGPT is not there, let's say things are confusing, simply go to come to the official documentation, right, and see that what they do. For example, let's say like different things are there here. Let's say all, tell the command to automatically stage files that have been modified, something like this. You don't need to, so you can see that, explore that later. Similarly, if I go to some other command, for example, let's say add, we did a git add, right? So in git add, we had like different versions. Okay. So this is like too much of information, but just letting you know that there is something like this where you can, there's a ground truth to which you can refer to at any time. Okay, if you don't understand something, so this is where you can go. So let's come back to my main thing where we were. So let's say I did something, right? So let's go to PPT first of all. We'll come back to exercises later, but so how does all this happen? Because the Git folder is basically tracking it, right? So now just explaining you all that working directory thing once again, that so far we understand that we will make some changes and we will put them into staging area, and from there, once I've staged, I'll move them into a commit area. Can someone answer me this question? Because I'm surprised no one asked me this question, that if you are staging something, like what is the additional benefit of staging? Why don't we directly move from making changes to committing? Can someone answer me this?
So we need to get approved from our superior person before we will commit.
That
Or
is no, because let's say generally how it happens that you commit only on your working area. Okay, once you've committed that, then only you can show to someone. So that is there. No, the confidential file is not the reason why staging is required. Can someone think? Like, I would like to know more answers before I tell you. Okay, no problem. I'll tell.
We can commit a part, like fine tuning it rather than committing the entire file at once.
No, that is also not true. So let me tell the main reason why do we put a staging area. Think like this. Right now, we just saw one file, right? For example, generally we work on lot of changes, right? I mean, for example, let's say we have seven. Let's say you did 7 changes since you went to the office Monday morning. You logged into your office. You did a lot of work, and by at 5 p.m. you have to stage whatever, like you have to commit everything that you have done so that others can see that. Now during the day you did multiple things. You did, let's say you updated SQL code, your SQL code. Let's say there's a SQL code, you commented on it. Then in your Python file you did some changes. Then in text file also you did some changes. Okay. The reason for staging is that these all changes together they might not make a sense, because suppose in future you would want to come back and see, okay, what did I do to my SQL code that time, right? So we basically group those changes which are similar, which are for a particular thing, right? Let's say I'm making hundreds of changes, but those 100 changes can be categorized in 2 or 3 changes only, right? That is why we use a staging area. Because what will happen right now, if you just push everything to commit area, what will you write in comment? Like, it will get confusing, right? So to make things more clear, right, we say this atomicity, that you break your changes into smaller units, so that you can refer to every smaller unit in the future, right? So for example, I did 7 changes. Okay, so far we know work on stuff, add changes, commit. Okay, the flow is like you have a working directory, you git add, yeah. So let's come to this adding. I told you guys, right? So just, yep. So why we do it, so this is the main reason. If I have to tell you, that what will you do now? Suppose you have 7 changes. First of all, you will stage these 2 changes and you'll comment that, okay, this change I did to SQL. Then you will stage these 2 changes. You'll mention that, okay, I made a change to Python file. Then you will stage these 3 changes together and you will tell, okay, I made a change to my text file. Okay, so that in future you can refer to anything when you come back. Is it clear why staging is required? It makes the process more smooth, and like you can refer to the right things at the right time. That's what so that the concept of atomicity, that minute to minute changes that you did. Is it clear, guys? So let me show you one example for that, right? So let's do one thing. We'll come to that. So let's go to this VS Code. Okay, so I have this clear. So if I say git status, sorry, and git log, everything is, I just have one commit where I added a comment, right? Suppose I make, let's say I add 2 more files. For example, I add a file called, let's say, Python file, that main.py. Okay, so I've got a Python file. I will go there, I'll write down a code here. Let's say I write down a 𝗕ABC return something. Okay, return something. So this is my Python file, for example. Let's say I also have a doc file. So git touch, for example, text.docx. So I've got a docx file, right? I'll go to docx file. I'll say my first change. Okay, Control S. So I made 2 changes right now. From my last commit, I made 2 changes. One change to my Python file, one change to my doc file. Okay. So tell me, in future, how would you? It will make me more sense that I basically stage change for this separately and commit change for this separately, right? Or I just write down I made some change to Python and docx file. That will not be like very good type of commit. So here I will write down. So let's say clear. So if I run git status tells me that these 2, it identified these 2 files were created, or there was something with this, right? Now it's for me to decide that what change. So either I can put everything at once, or I'll say one thing, git add, let's say main.py. So I'll push first of all Python file to the staging area. Okay, then I will say git commit m created first Python function. Let's say this is my comment. Okay, so now if I go to git status, I have let me just clear it. So git status is this, and git log. I have 2 commits. First was added first line, and second is created first Python function. Okay, now I want to, so if I check my git status, I have one more thing which needs to be tracked, that it text.docx. So I will say git add text.docx. Then I will say git commit m word, I'll say word file. Okay, so let's say created, so created word file. Okay, and I will commit it. Okay, so if I see git log right now, I'll show you this. I'll tell you about this command later. If you see, I made 3 changes, right? First of all, I did this. Then I said, okay, created first Python function, then created word file. So think like this in future, it will help me that, okay, if I want to really see what did I do, small changes, right? It will help me to track. That's why the staging area is required. Okay, if I would have simply clubbed all these 2 changes in single, there's nothing wrong in it. It's just that like I want to be as like descriptive as possible. That's why we are using. Is it clear to you guys? Any doubt in this? That why staging area is required? Okay. So let's read few things in PPT, then we will do some exercise and okay. So so we studied. So what is our flow overall? See, remember this flow always, that you will have your working directory, you'll do some changes there, you'll stage those changes using git add command. Okay, then after doing this, it will move to staging area, and once you have moved to staging area, so you'll group your changes. For example, these are my 7 changes. First of all, I'll group these 2 changes, I'll move them to staging area, then I'll commit them, then I'll come to these 2 changes, group them, stage them, and then move to commit. Similarly, the third one. Okay, so the concept we were saying, what is adding, right? As I just told you, that it is a way of telling include these changes in the next commit. So use git add command to stage the commands to be committed, and the technical definition of adding is that telling git to include these changes in the next commit whenever you are doing. Okay, so like this is, for example, yeah, so this is it about yeah. Anyone, any question, please?
Your screen is lagging for me. I mean, my internet is not stable. So, like I'm dropping because only I'm getting your voice, that I'm not able to see your screen. So, is it possible to upload this video so that like tomorrow's class, so that I can check before?
Yeah,
that?
this video will be uploaded. I'll share after the class.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Anyone, any question in this?
So Satvik, whenever we are adding, so if we are adding like 3 changes,
Yes.
and then when we are giving the commit command, so all those 3 by default would be committed at one go.
Remember, first you do changes. After that, suppose you have 3 changes. One by one, you have to stage them. First, you will stage those commands. Then you will commit that particular thing. Then you will go again, stage again, then commit again. Is it clear?
So when we add, we stage, right?
Yeah, adding means staging.
Yeah. So every time I change, I stage one change. I put that add command, and
Yes.
one thing is staged.
Like,
Then,
yes.
if I've done three changes and added them without committing,
Yes.
like first I've done, and then when I just put one commit like command, then all the above three
No. It doesn't work like that. First you will add, then you will commit, then you will come back again, then you will add again, then you will commit.
Okay, so actually I'm not very clear with this clubbing thing that you're saying that staging area is helping with. That it is clubbing the.
I showed you 3 examples. I showed you example right now. This one. The clubbing thing is more of a like how you do efficient work. It like there is nothing wrong in clubbing or not clubbing. Main thing is that think like this, you do hundreds of changes in your systems, right? You don't want to club everything as a write down everything. Okay, I made some changes. For example, let's say I made 3 changes here, I made 5 changes here, I made few changes here, and you just write down a commit saying I made some changes. In future, think like this. Will it give you sufficient idea that what all did you change in that commit?
No.
Think again. I don't think you're still confident. Think like this. There is, first of all, there is nothing wrong in committing everything together, right? So that's absolutely fine. Why did, when I run a git log, instead of making these 2 commits separately, I could have created a single commit. In that, I would have written, made some changes. Why? Tell me, what an additional benefit will I have to this? I will get to know that when did I change. Yes, we are grouping it is atomic. I'll get to know when did I made a change to my Python file, right? When did I made a change to my text file? It will help me track that. So it is more of like you did hundreds of the things, right? For example, 100 things in a day. You don't just give me one summary, you give me snapshots of everything. After every hour, what did you do? At every hour, what did you do? So it means that only. It helps me track everything in a better way. That's all it is. Is it clear or not?
Yes.
So you made XY change today and moved it to staging, then commit. Tomorrow, like, you make more changes and then committed. Third day, messed up on day one, so roll back on the first commit. Yes, exactly. That's the point of moving to staging area. Yes, that's right. That's right. Okay, anyone, any question, please conceptually tell me, please. This is very important conceptually because iske baad se sab yahi commands which will be using like staging. So the workflow is git init, right? So if you have to think like this, what should be my commands is let me go to Google. So the commands need to be the first command will be git init, right? In any project that you do, first will be git init. It will create a repository. Okay. After that, you'll make some changes. You will then git add. Okay. Then you will git commit. This is the natural flow, right? And to check with this thing, you cannot commit without staging. There's git log and there is git status. These two commands you should know always, because this helps you track whatever things are going on. These three are you do in a sequential order. First you initialize a repository, then you make some changes, add them to staging area, then you commit them, then you make few other changes, then you will again stage them, then you will put them into commitment area. Okay, is this concept clear to you guys? You cannot, all of the steps are mandatory. You cannot directly commit anything. You first need to stage always. Okay. Anyone, any doubt, guys, please tell me. Because this is the whole concept. This is like 80% of the Git, whatever I told you. Rest all is just its application. Okay.
How we commit adding stage all the 7 changes that if I made in 7 changes at a time, can we commit all in one time?
Why not? You can do everything. What think like this. What is changes? I mean, changes is something that you do. Suppose, let's say this is my git log. Okay. This is my git status. Everything is, let me check. Everything is clear. Okay. I go to my files now. Okay. I'll make changes to all 3 files. I'll go here. I'll say add another function, def second function. Okay. And let's say return. Okay. Control S. Then products. Here, this is my second product. Okay. And then I come to Docker. Here also I write on my second change, for example. Okay. I did 3 changes in my file, right? Overall, I mean, and my working folder, this is my working folder, right? I have done multiple changes here. Now I can stage all them together as well. I'll simply say git add. So let's check this first of all. I'll run git status. It will tell me, okay, you have modified these 3 files. Okay. And you have not, but move them to staging area. So how to move them? You'll say git add. See, there are 2 methods. either you add a file by file name or you simply add dot. So what will dot do? It will move every file in the staging area. So generally you move only those files in the staging area which you have changed, right? But if you want to move everything, you'll simply say git add dot. So it will move everything in your folders to the staging area. Okay. Now I'll say git commit. Let's say comes now. Here the problems comes. Why I was trying to focus on at like putting like atomizing is that what should I write here? Like I can write a big description that okay, I made change to. So you'll write down I made change to 3 files, something like this you will do. But what change you do, like you'll have to put the comment very explicit, right? You can still do that. There's nothing wrong, as I mentioned. It's just that you want to go to every checkpoint when you did something. Entered, you have made a change. Okay, now come here, you'll say git log. So see, you will see all I made changes to 3 files. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Right, so you can do multiple changes, commit, stage them together as well, or you can do multiple changes, club different changes and stage them separately and commit them separately. So it's totally up to you how you want to do things. Okay, now one more thing, this git log command, if you were seeing, it's giving us a very like lot of things, right? I don't want everything. So what can I do is simply I can use a command called git log one line. So this is present from the documentation only. So what it will do that it will give you a short version so that you can easily see. Right now, forget about the head part. So now you can track this folder. In this folder, first of all, I added a first line. Then I added my first Python function. Okay. Then I created a Word file. And then I made 3 changes, which I staged, like committed them together. Okay. And this will be your ID. So git log one line, it helps you writing down things in a easy, like so that you can, it's user friendly, or you git log, there's nothing wrong in git log as well. Okay. Now remember this thing. Now here comes very important part. This commit hash, it's a very long thing. Okay. You just need to remember the first 7 characters, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. These are the unique terms. So to identify any commit, which we will see when you roll back between different versions, is that you simply you can simply roll back using these 7. Even if you check in the git log one line command, like git log one line. If you see, there are only 7 characters, first 7 things from that, because these are the unique things which actually differentiate different commits. Okay. So just an added information to you guys. Okay. So this is the part. Let me go back to PPT. Yeah. Anyone, any doubt first of all?
So I have one doubt that if we stage a change, but we don't want to commit it, and we have made some other, like redone all those changes. So can we do that?
No. First, you have, if you have committed something, you have to, you can decommit. Like, I mean, if you stage something, you can pull it back from stage. You can unstage basically. But if you have staged something, and after staging also you have done some changes, you need to first push into commit. Then only you can put every remaining things into commit. Is it clear?
Okay, so if we have staged something, we have to commit it, and then only we can.
You have to commit it, or you can unstage it, modify.
Okay, we can unstage it.
Yeah, you can unstage it, modify everything, and then restage and then commit.
Okay. All right. Yes, like if I am doing a personal project and I want to, like I'm not, even if I'm not collaborating with others, but just to practice Git, so we can even do it on like our personal projects, right?
Yes.
So if one day we have done yeah, I mean, I'm clear now.
Clear. Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay. Anyone, any doubt before I move ahead? SQL, there's no SQL file. SQL like file you put in a text file, right? On stage, I will tell you. Don't worry, we'll come to that. Uh, so in SQL, there's no such a SQL file, right? So you put SQL code in a text file or doc file. That's what you do in VS Code. Unstage command, I will tell. Don't worry. Anyone, any other doubt before I move it? Okay. Let's study few of the important things as well. Before then, we will do some practice. I'll show you one more working practice. Then you can. Okay. So yeah, I'll come to this part as well. Amending. Yeah. So as I mentioned, see some basic things. Commit frequently, right? That whenever you're making changes, right, in your mind only, when you work on a particular change, commit it. Okay. You work, so make commits as much atomic as possible. Atomic means as small as possible. Okay. So that, and write meaningful and concise messages, because that's the whole concept of messages. There's nothing right or wrong in it. It is, why are we using a version control? We are using a version control so that we can track things. When like right now you might not give it that much importance, but think like this: 6 months down the line, you might even forget what you did today, right? And at that time, if your changes are not atomic, you'll find very difficult. There is that, okay, what change did I do, right? So that's why keep your changes as much atomic as possible. Like every file, every time you change something in one file, commit it. Second file, commit it, right? That's how it works. Okay. So this is the concept. Then I would like to speak about one more concept, which is called git ignore. Okay, git ignore. So basically what happens is that sometimes what happens that this git repo, whatever we have created, remember we will eventually study tomorrow as well, that we'll take this GitHub repository and we'll push it to GitHub, right? And people will be able to access that. Correct. Now think like this: what if I contain there are some, for example, private information, just like password, API keys, or some other confidential information which you don't want to share with anyone else, right? Those changes you don't want to commit at any cost, right? Now remember, when I run this command git add, what it does, yeah, git store, that is there, but yeah, I will come to the restoring part as well, don't worry. So when we run this git add command, right, it will take all of my files. But now think like this: suppose I have a file which is, let's say, confidential .json, for example. This is my JSON file, and let's say it contains some API key, API let's say 123, and let's say 3, and let's say there's a password. There's a password. Okay, let's say password is ABC. Okay, now you don't want to stage these things. You don't want to share all this information with anyone else. Let's make it something else. Rename. I'll make it, let's say, confidential .txt. Okay, so let's say this is my API key, this is my password, and let's say there are some more confidential information. Okay, let's say there is something I don't want to. Now if I write an git add dot, generally people use this command very frequently, git add dot everything. But the problem is that like I don't want to put this particular file or some other file. So to do that, I use another file called as .git ignore. Okay, this is the concept of git ignore. So what does git ignore do? That git ignore file is a plain text file used by Git to determine which files and directories to ignore in the project. This means that any files matching the patterns this will not be tracked by Git. Okay. So if you want Git to not track anything and not move anything, put those file in. I didn't do anything, any process in VS Code. I just created a file, git ignore. I'll tell all that, but this git ignore file is required so that I want to ignore some of the files, right? So how will you create it? Let me do it once again. Delete. So you'll come to VS Code. You can create through VS Code, or you can create simply using here as well. So you will say touch dot git ignore. Okay. So a file called as git ignore is created. And what is the objective of this? Just name all the files which you never want it to track. So for example, let's say I don't want it to track confidential.txt. So I'll write down confidential.txt. So this is the name, right? Confidential.txt. Okay. Let's do one thing. Let me first of all show you something. Right now, if you see, I have all these changes. So if I run a git status right now, it is tracking this confidential.txt, right? That okay. I don't want it to track this. So what will I do? I'll go to git ignore, write down this file confidential.txt. Okay. So now, if you see now, if I run a git status, it is now not tracking the file. It will of course track git ignore file, but it will not track confidential.txt. Okay. In git ignore file, it will get to know, okay, if I've let's say I added one more file, 𝗕𝗀𝘀𝗶𝗧 or something else. So it will get to know all that. So that's why it will track git ignore for sure, but it's now not tracking my confidential.txt. So even let's say I make some changes. For example, I make some changes here. I add one more password 2, and let's say I call it XYZ. This is my password. Okay. Ideally, it should come in git status, but now it will not come. Git status. Now it's not tracking the changes to my file confidential.txt. That is the objective of using a .git. Again, this is also a hidden folder, right? So now what will I do? I'll say git add. So I have to just stage everything together. I'll say git add dot. So everything has been staged. I'll say git commit m added git ignore file. Okay. Clear? So now I will say git log. Yeah, I'll show. It's a git ignore file. It's just a text file, just like this. It's like a text file only, just that they have given some special thing to it. You just need to write down what file names you need to pass. Okay. And suppose it's not only file name. Suppose you want to, there are patterns. You can study them like by going to the website. Let's say you want it to stop tracking any particular folder, file, or some pattern. Let's say, for example, if you see, there are a few patterns which you can see. Suppose you want to ignore any log file. So you will write down this command in the git log. So any log file that is generated during running your code, it will not be passed. Any temporary file, it will not be passed. Or let's say you want to ignore some folder. So you'll simply pass down that folder name. It will not track. So these are like various applications, like depending upon what you want to stop tracking. Everything you can read from the GitHub documentation, Git documentation that I showed you. You don't need to remember all these patterns. You can simply Google and check at that particular of time. But right now, just understand the concept of git ignore, that you just want to stop tracking few of the files. Is it clear, guys? Okay. Okay. Just one more thing I would like to add before I move to branch, right? So we'll study a couple things, then do some activity. Then after that, we'll study. If time permits, we'll do branching. Otherwise, we'll do branching tomorrow. One more thing. Let's say I did a change. Now, this is an additional thing which you should know. This is, for example, let's say I came here, I made a change to my Python file. I will do, let's say, def third function. Okay. And I say return. Okay. So I made some changes to my particular file. So if I see this particular thing, git status, I'll see the main.py file was modified. So what will I do? It says no changes to commit. Use git add to basically put it. So I'll say git add dot. It will move to staging area. Now if I run git status, okay. Now it has moved to staging file. See, it has it itself is telling if you want to destage, you can use this command git restore staged and this. Anyways, I'll cover that separately as well. But yeah, you can use this command to restage, to unstage it. Now, remember, we used to do git commit m, where we give a message. We can run git commit as well directly. But the problem is that when you run a git commit directly, it will open some text terminal and all that, right? And okay, so wait a second. Give me a second. Command shift key. It was fun. It is code. Okay. Yeah. So let me show you this thing. Terminal. So I'll have git status. Okay. I'll say git commit. Wait a second. Git commit m. Let's say APC. Git commit get status. Okay. I'll make some change here. I'll do 3. Okay. Git add. Git commit. Okay, I need to change some setting. I'll show you guys this part tomorrow. Basically, thing is that git commit or create some issue, so you have to do some change in setting. So I'll cover that setting part tomorrow. It's not like very important, just for you guys to know. I need to check if I've changed something. Anyways, now let's move towards one more concept that is called. So far, everyone is clear with. Yeah, I'll share the PPT. Don't worry. So everyone is clear with git add, git init, git commit, right? The concept everyone is clear. Okay. Now I'm moving to a little bit another concept called as branching. Okay. Branching is very, very important. So I'll try to cover in next 10 minutes because so what is our timeline? I just wanted to come check.
11
this,
more.
the session is for 40 minutes more, right? 6:30.
10 more minutes.
10 more minutes. No, we started at 7 p.m. right? And second session we started at 9:30, right? In India time, I'm talking about. So what's the time in India right now?
10:50.
Yeah, so there are like more than 30 minutes remaining. Okay, that's fine. And I'll try to cover ASAP, but now let's study about branching. For this, I will do take a new project. Okay, I'll change this particular thing. I'll create a new story, for example. So terminal. cd. Okay, so I will create a new folder, mkdir branching. Let's study about branching. Okay, so okay, so we have this particular folder branching. So let's try to create a. Shall I do it tomorrow, or are you guys okay? I mean, I can do it tomorrow if it's getting too much. You can at least finish one assignment which I have given.
Yeah.
Just let me tell the concept, right? The practice part we will do tomorrow. Okay. So yeah. So let's take at least we have 10-15 minutes, right? Let me take that much. Okay. Okay, sure. Not more than 10 minutes. Okay, I'll just take 10 more minutes. Okay. So let's the practice we will do tomorrow then. Like let's study theoretically. Okay. Rest part we will do. So theoretically at least samajh lo, practice wala part we will do tomorrow. Okay, if it's getting saturated, that's fine. So the branching concept is that remember when we initially did, there was a message on branch main, nothing to commit. Do you guys remember this? When we initially run git commit, something like that, right? A message like this came, right? So in reality, what happens that world is not ideal, right? Nothing you will be able to complete in one, like you're not superhuman that everything you'll be able to fix it, right? You'll have to collaborate. Sometimes you are working, you will see some bugs in your code, right? You'll try to fix them separately. Okay, so there comes the concept of branching, right? And now this is a very big definition, but it's a core feature of Git that allows you to diverge from the main line. So think like this: you're working on your main project. So let's just see this example visually. After that, we will stop the session. Okay. So let's say you are working on a project. You started your initial commit here. This is your first commit. Okay. Then you added your second commit. Then you added your third commit. Okay. Then what you thought? Okay. Let's say I'm creating a website. Instead of my current color system, let's say my website is red. I'll say, okay, let me try a blue version of website. But I don't want to interrupt my regular codes because other people are still using it, right? So what will you do? You will create a separate branch of it. That's why it's called, you'll diverge from that. So you'll create a new color scheme and you will basically start working there. Okay. Parallelly, if you see in your code, you've identified some error. So what will you do? You will copy your code and start working on it parallelly and without disturbing the main line of the code. Okay. Let's say there's a GitHub repo where everyone is taking the code from, and you don't want to disturb that. So you will create a separate line. You'll take the bug, you'll try to fix it, try to fix once again, try to fix. Okay. Then you think, no, I think I need to do some more experiments. So again, you'll try to diverge, right? Try to diverge. Okay. Meanwhile, other people are working on your, so these yellows are your main file, which other people are working upon. So they will keep on putting the changes there. Oh, so what is this happening? This is called branching, right? That this is your main line on which you and everyone is working. Then you create separate branches. For example, it could be for different reason. Let's say there are 3 people working. So one person is working on one branch, one person is working on second branch, one person is working on third branch, and then there is a main branch. When everyone approves, they put their code into the main branch, right? So the advantage of this is that your main code never gets affected, and that is very, very important. Okay. So, and once you're done with the changes, you can basically merge them back to your main line. So this is called merging. Rest, head and all that we will study tomorrow because I don't want to like kill you guys. So this is the concept of branching. We will study branching, merging, head is there, and then we also have to move to GitHub where we have to see like what is forking, what is like pull request, and there are some more things as well. Okay, just one thing, remember, whenever you are logging into your Git account, right? In VS Code or anywhere, you need to configure your. Remember, whenever I was making a commit, you were getting a message that data sends something like, yeah, I'm covering it tomorrow. Don't worry, I'm not covering right now. So you have to configure this. So this also I will tell you tomorrow. So that's it from my end today. I hope you guys learned something new, right? And this was the basics of Git. Now what you have to do is that I will share an assignment with you. So you have this particular assignment which you have to do before tomorrow's class, and that is, I'm putting down it in a chat box. So this is the commit exercise. A scenario is given, you have some instructions, you will read it and identify yourself, and you have to complete that and share a snippet of your Git log. Either you can send me email or send me on WhatsApp or send wherever you can send me, right? But I need that from everyone before tomorrow's class. It's a very simple exercise. It will not take you more than 15 minutes if you understood everything today. Okay, so I'm putting this link in chat box. Try to finish this before tomorrow's class. Okay, that's it from my end, guys. PPT I will share with you once after tomorrow's session, right? And you can visit the session. Anything, if you have any question, I'm free to answer. Tomorrow we will cover the remaining part of Git. Okay. Oh, yeah. Thanks again for joining, you guys. I hope you guys learned something, right? I mean, this is very important when it comes to you will work whenever you work in real time. So yeah.
Satvik, can you give some practical tips of using it in a daily workflow? Like if we are not doing it in our offices, like if we want to just do it for our own self.
I'll cover tomorrow.
Okay. Thank you.
Right now people are saturated. I don't want to so just to tell you, basically, for example, think like this, right? I mean, again, guys, you are free to leave. I'm just clearing the doubts if someone has. Suppose, let's say you're creating writing on a story, for example. Okay, or suppose you are working on let's say you work on Python, right? You have different codes for you as well, and you want to try different versions in your code. So, or take an example of story. Suppose I do touch story .txt. Okay, I'll get a file. I'll say, okay, this is day 1 of my writing. Okay, I'll write in my story. I will write on for example, a plot of my story. Plot of my story. Okay, I wrote this. So what will I do now? I'll say git add. Okay, sorry, I need to do git init, git add, git commit. I'll say, just look at what I'm trying to show. M, and I'll say plot. Okay, committed. Now let's, second day I came. I'll say day 2. I'll say after plot, I have to do some, let's say I wrote down the, for example, I wrote down the climax of the movie. You wrote down something. Okay, so you'll do git add, git commit, M, and let's say you wrote climax. Okay, just one more change I would like to do. Let's say on day 3 you came, you wrote down day 3. You just mentioned, for example, that characters. You wrote on day 3 you wrote characters. Like for example, there are so many things, right? You'll do git add and git commit, for example, M, characters. Now think like this. This is just these are just 3 commits, right? Now think like this. Suppose you have done, let's say you're writing a Python code or somewhere. You have done a lot of changes. You want to visit them. Okay, what did I write in my plot on my day 1? Okay, so how to do that? Again, I will teach this part tomorrow as well, but just to show you, git log 1 line. If you see right now, right now you have what happened? Yeah. So you have these. So if you see, I have these three stories. This is my most recent file. Suppose you want to see what was I doing when I wrote climax, what all information I had in my code. So you can simply do git checkout, copy this particular thing, the ID. Okay. And if you see right now, there are 3 days. You're moving to day 2. The moment you enter it, you'll see day 3 is gone. Right now you are in time traveling. You're in the second day, what you were doing. You can make those changes. You can see, okay, that day I was thinking this particular thing. If you have made some comments there, like those particular things you can do there, and then you can come back again. Similarly, think like in coding. You don't write a complete code for a project in one day. You write over periods of time. You write like over 6 months, 7 months, right? And you want to visit any particular time in history, that what I was doing at that particular time. There you can, this concept is called like time travel in Git. It helps you a lot in regular work. Here you don't need a GitHub or that. This is just for your self thing as well, right? If you're working on a project all alone, then also it's like put things in the right order so that you can track everything. That's all about it. Okay, is it clear?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So, like just a thought that, like what you're telling about time travel here. So
Yeah.
from here, if we are going back in time to whatever like commit in the past we did, so from there also we can start branching off if
Yeah,
we
so
want to
generally
go on
that's
a
what we do.
different
We go
direction.
from there and we start branching from there. If you remember the first example that I showed you in the PPT, this one, right? Let me show once again. So what you do here, you started your new project, right? You added a checkpoint, something. You move till here. If you see, I moved till theme. I was all okay. My boss said that okay, this is not a good thing. You change the search bar. So what I do, I'll time travel from this particular checkpoint to my at that time when I added a search bar. Okay, without affecting mainline. Okay, so I'll go to this. I'll start my own branch. I'll fix the changes that I need to do, and then I will push into the main line. Okay,
Yes.
so this way things are very systematic. You will realize this more once you actually start working. I mean, that's like when you will see hundreds of things with you now, then it becomes a very important thing.
So, Satvik, initially we'll be writing our own logical code in feature branch, right? Every person will be having their own feature branch.
Yes.
If then we'll be moving that to, through CI/CD pipeline. From there, it will trigger and it will move to the dev branch.
Yes, that's how it works in CI/CD. You write down your current branch. So I will show you this in GitHub once we study tomorrow. This pushing thing, right? So what happens that everyone works individually on their codes, okay, their codes, their versions. Once you're done with it, you push that. You have to push that change to GitHub. Now in GitHub, you cannot just simply push. You need an approval. So there comes the concept of pull request. That okay, you will put a change, and then the owner of that main line, whoever is, for example, let's say your manager is owning that, he will see whatever changes you have done. If they are good, then he will accept that. If not good, then he will ask you again that okay, no, please make some more changes and then get back to me.
Can I know the exact difference between a pull request and push?
I'll cover it tomorrow.
Okay.
That's for GitHub.
And in Visual Studio, we can write the SQL, but it should be end with .txt file.
It should be in .txt, .docx, or some other kind of file.
But Python should be end with only with .py.
Python only ends with, because for Python you have Python prop. There's no SQL file in general. SQL is just like a text, right?
Text file.
But Python is a type of coding. Remember,
Coding
SQL is programming language. SQL is not a programming language, right? SQL is just a like there are some just
query
like,
kind text query
just like we do
language.
terminal here, right? Just like that's like SQL. So SQL is not a programming language. That's why you don't see any .SQL file. But
But
Python
even
is
in SQL also we'll be having some, arithmetic, logical
no, but it is not a
calculations.
programming language. It's things like
Oh,
this. It is
okay.
not a programming language. You never see SQL as a program. SQL is a querying tool basically, right? So,
Oh,
so
okay.
those commands are different.
Satik, in this, you have opened the .txt file, right? If there
Yes.
are any issue in this .txt file, though we try to add or commit, it will not happen, right?
Sorry.
Because I'm into testing field, so I just moved recently to the data engineering, right? So I'm getting many doubts.
Can you repeat once again?
Yeah, because in the file which you have opened, story.txt, in that, suppose if there are any issues, okay, though we try to git add and git commit, it will not work, right? If there are any issues in the
Why?
file.
I didn't get your point.
Okay. I mean to say is the file which is open right in your system right now, story.txt.
Yeah.
If there are any issues in that
Yeah,
text
let's say
file.
there are issues. I see
Mm.
on day 2, I
Mm.
didn't want to do. I did climax as well as suppose. Let's say I did screenplay. Okay, screenplay. So what did I do?
Added some text, additional text.
Right, I'll add some. So again, I'll have to create a separate. Either I can create a separate branch, or I can just update my code at that point of time.
Oh, okay.
So like how you create a branch, let me, so basically what you do is that you'll create from at this particular time, you'll say git switch. This is how you create a branch. C,
yeah.
Let's say you call it, for example, climax. Okay. Or let's say test. Let's say this branch is test. Okay. Now, whatever change you did, for example, you added screenplay. Okay. So you will commit it. You will say git add dot git commit. Then let's say you made, for example, M. Your thing is that screenplay. Okay. Let's say this is your commit message. Okay.
Yeah.
You appended it. Clear.
Yeah.
Okay. Now let's see our git log. If I see git log.
Okay.
Git log.
Hyphen one line.
So this is like I am right now at test, right? I'm not at. If I see git branch, I will have branch right now. Main and test, right? Right now test, so it is showing me this particular thing.
Yeah.
Okay. So suppose I want to move to some other, I can see. So at this point of time, I'm seeing this. But suppose I want to move to climax. When I wrote the climax, if you see right now, you're only seeing climax plus screenplay. But if I do this thing, for example, I do git checkout, and I will add this ID. Right.
So you are exiting the test branch.
So now you see there's no screenplay. There is only climax.
Okay.
So it automatically gets changed. Is it clear?
Yeah. Yeah. And while you are trying to commit, right?
Again, I will cover all this tomorrow. This all was supposed to do tomorrow. I'm
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
right on short.
Yeah, sure. Just small comments, questions, Satvik. You have given that git commit space hyphen m, and within the quotes you have given some characters.
Yes.
Is it compulsory while committing?
Yes. If you don't give a message, it will not work. Git commit. There are two methods. One, you can directly commit through this, but there also you will need to give a message. So without a message, there is no commit. Even if you go to GitHub, for example, let's say you go to GitHub, right? You need to commit there as well. Suppose you do GitHub. Let's say I create a new repo here. I came here. Let's say test repo. Okay. Create a repository. Here, let's say create a new file, for example. Let's say I say that my file name is test1.txt. Okay. I write down ABC. See, commit changes. Here you need to commit. So commit needs to be done every time.
Okay,
so
but no, commit
you need to give a message
okay.
here at what you did here. Right. And then it will get committed. And this is the latest commit message. So in any GitHub repo that you see, people have this, like if you see, this is some GitHub repo, this is a GitHub repo, uh, like there are different, I mean, everywhere you see people give comments. Without message there is no point of
Oh, okay. In --m and within the single quotes, we need to pass some valid message. The reason for committing those files.
Yes, yes.
Okay, okay. So that they'll understand, what happened to the code.
Yeah, I mean, why do you take a commit? You do commit so that you can come in future and see what did you do at that particular time. Now,
Yeah,
just through commit ID, you won't get to know, right, what you did there.
yeah,
So that's why you
exactly.
need to put a message.
And git log online is there, right? Hyphen
One
hyphen.
line, not online. It's git
Sorry,
log
one line.
hyphen one line. So basically, it gives a short summary of everything. Like if you do a git log in general, it will give you a big detail, right? Like who made that change, commit ID,
On which day, everything. If it is a one line, it will give you the complete
it will
details.
give you the short form. Yes.
Okay. And will you able to cover, once it has moved to the dev or main branch, and how it will go to the lower environments by using something Jenkins? Because I'm getting this
That is
question
not
continuously
for
in the
this
interviews.
workshop. That will come into GitHub Actions that I will do later. This workshop is for major understanding Git branches, GitHub, those things only, forking, pull requests,
Okay.
those things. That will come into GitHub Actions, CI/CD. So that I will conduct separately.
Okay.
Because right now everyone can attend this. That is specifically for developers. So CI/CD one.
I mean, even data engineers also should know those
Yeah, data engineers
actions.
are also developers only, right? So
Okay. Okay. So we should know that as well.
yes, yes.
And always Jenkins will be sync with GitHub.
Yes, Jenkins is sync with GitHub.
Okay, so that the moment we try to, try to raise a deployment, right? So the build number will generate.
Basically just the moment you push any code to your GitHub, it automatically runs that actions, right? And your deployment takes care automatically. That's what the concept is of Jenkins pipeline.
Okay, once this deployment happen, when it generates the build number, that number we need to pass to the test manager to deploy into their lower environments.
Yes.
Because they were asking in interviews how they, lower environments are testing and how you're moving the code to the lower environments.
Yes, that's how that happens through GitHub Actions.
GitHub Actions, okay.
Okay. Anyone, any other doubt? Please let me know. Otherwise, feel free to drop. We'll cover the remaining part tomorrow. Branching, merging, GitHub, and all that. Okay, guys. So I don't think anyone has any doubt. So thanks again for joining. I hope you guys learned something. Please finish the assignment. Yeah, please ask me.
Satvik, I have a doubt, but it's not related to like this workshop. It's related to RAG.
Yeah.
So it's just that if we're making a RAG chatbot and we want to integrate it from
Just one second. If someone does not have any GitHub question, first let's check that. Otherwise, then I'll come to your question. Okay. Does anyone have any GitHub related workshop related question? First of all, right? I'll answer that first. Otherwise, I'll move to general questions. So no Git related question, anyone, right? Okay. Yeah, sure. You can move ahead. Please ask.
Yeah, so it's just that if we want our retrieval data to be from a website which is live, and we want to we are opting from like web scraping data from that website and want to integrate it into the chatbot. So is RAG the we should opt for RAG, or is there some better techniques we should go for if we want to make a chatbot like that?
RAG is a good technique for that. What you do that you basically create a connection with the website, okay, and store information. So basically, RAG is good. Otherwise, you can also use Llama Index. Llama Index is a better technique like than RAG, because or you can also use knowledge graphs as well, depending upon what complex system you want. Now think like this, that if your website is constantly changing, the text of your website is constantly changing, then RAG, like the vectorizing, you will need to do continuously.
Yeah,
right?
yes.
So their RAG like might not be the best solution because a lot of computational effort will be there. So what you can do Llama Index. So in Llama Index, what you can do basically, it create a dynamic thing that it will automatically download things from the website and store it and give you the right information every time. So
Okay.
yeah, so instead of, if you don't want to go to the RAG, but RAG is also good. I mean, there's nothing wrong in it, but you can try Llama Index as well. Llama Index, or you can try this Neo4j knowledge graph as well.
Okay. Thank you so much. I'll read more about it.
Yeah, just
Thank
read
you.
about it. Okay, sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, guys. So I'm closing the session. Thanks again for joining. So we'll meet tomorrow, right? And we'll resume from there. Okay. Thanks again. And please finish the assignments, guys, right? The one I have shared. Okay. Thank you.